작년에 첫 번째 그 초청을 받았을 때는 그리고 가치를 공유하는 국가들 간의 유대감을 확인한 것이라고 한다면은 이번 나토 참석은 나토와 한국 간의 협력의 틀을 제도화하고 그렇게 해서 ITPP 개별 맞춤형 이런 프로그램들을 만들어서 협력의 틀을 제도화하고 그리고 나토와 군사 정보와 사이버 분야의 협력에 관한 논의를 진행하기 위해서 이번에 왔습니다. 그리고 앞으로 우리 스톨텐베르그 총장님께서도 지적하셨듯이 대서양의 안보와 또 인도양 태평양의 안보가 서로 분리될 수 없는 그런 상황에서 우리 대한민국, 일본, 호주, 뉴질랜드 같은 인태 지역의 국가들과 나토와의 긴밀한 협력이 그 어느 때보다 중요하다고 생각합니다. 이렇게 초청해 주셔서 감사하고 이번 나토 회의가 글로벌 안보와 또 신흥 안보 분야에 대해서 의미 있는 이런 논의가 있기를 바라겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Mr. Secretary General, was met last year in Madrid and also during your visit to Seoul earlier this year, and now we're meeting in Vilnius. It's my pleasure to see you again. And this is my second participation in the NATO summit following last year. And last year, I really focused on focusing on the sense of bond and solidarity with the countries sharing common values in NATO allies. And I'm going to focus on this year's summit to really institutionalize the framework of our cooperation with NATO. And I also would like to move forward our discussions with you about further enhancing our cooperation in sharing military information and also cybersecurity. And going forward, as Mr. Secretary General, you've rightfully mentioned, I believe that the security in the transatlantic and also in the Indo-Pacific is an integral part for the global security. And that is why we need to closely cooperate, including our partners in the Indo-Pacific, like Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. So once again, thank you for your kind invitation, and I believe that we could have a meaningful discussion to enhance global security and to deal with the emerging new security threats. Thank you.
이게 저 ITPP?
Yes.
오케이. 한번 열어볼까?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. This summit is an historic summit because we have already made an agreement that ensures that Sweden will become a full-fledged member of the alliance. And this is good for Sweden, it is good for Turkey, it's good for the whole NATO alliance, and not least it's good for the Baltic region, for Lithuania and the other countries in this region. At the summit, we also make important decisions, sending a clear message to Ukraine that we stand by Ukraine for as long as it takes, and I expect allies also to reiterate a commitment to provide military support to Ukraine to help them liberate more land. On the membership issue, I also expect that allies will send a clear and positive message on the path forward towards membership for Ukraine. I have proposed a package of 3 elements with more practical support with a multi-year program to ensure full interoperability between the Ukrainian forces and the NATO forces. This will move Ukraine closer to NATO, to strengthen the political ties with the establishment of the NATO-Ukraine Council. We will have the inaugural meeting tomorrow with President Zelensky, and then to remove the requirement for membership action plan. This will turn the membership process for Ukraine from a 2-step process into a 1-step process. So all of this will send a positive and strong message. Then allies will also make important decisions to further strengthen our deterrence and defense with new defense plans and more forces on high readiness. We will also agree I also expect that allies will agree a more ambitious defense investment pledge, where 2% of GDP for defense will be a minimum. And then lastly, I look forward to also welcoming our Indo-Pacific partners at this summit. This will demonstrate that security is not regional, security is global, and therefore I welcome the partners from Australia, New Zealand, South Korea and Japan. And with that, I'm ready to take some questions.
Secretary General Steve Sedgwick, CNBC. Sir, security guarantees didn't stop Vladimir Putin in 2014. The Budapest Memorandum was worthless piece of paper to Vladimir Putin. What is concrete about the future security guarantees for Ukraine that will make a difference? And the second point, if I may, on the same issue, Ukraine has fears that perhaps security guarantees will change over time with different leaderships, perhaps a different presidency in the US. What kind of guarantees are there that security guarantees will outlast any changes of presidency in the United States? Thank you, sir.
Well, we all agree that the most imminent task now is to ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe. So the most important thing we can do is to continue to provide weapons, ammunition, military support to Ukraine, because unless Ukraine prevails as a nation, as a democratic nation in Europe, there is no issue to be discussed about security guarantees or membership in NATO at all. Then on the membership issue, we will send a clear message, a positive message on the path forward. The text in the communique will be made public within hours later on today when all allies agree on the text. But I expect that allies will agree a message which is clear on the need to move Ukraine closer to NATO, with making sure that their forces are interoperable with the NATO-Ukraine Council, and also removing the requirement for a membership action plan. This is all about moving Ukraine closer to NATO membership, which will be extremely important for Ukraine, and also demonstrates the unity and the strength of the message that NATO allies are sending to Ukraine.
There are accidents and nuclear security in the region is worsening. So we have the Russian forces occupying Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. We have the announcement of Vladimir Putin to put Russian nuclear warheads in Belarus. What will be the reaction of NATO if some nuclear accident happens in Zaporizhzhia, or these nuclear warheads will be really placed in Belarus? What will be the response of NATO countries?
So First of all, the nuclear rhetoric of Russia is dangerous and reckless, and Russia must know that a nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought. NATO allies are, of course, monitoring closely what Russia is doing. We condemn the announcement that Russia will deploy tactical nuclear weapons to Belarus. We are monitoring closely what they are doing. So far, we haven't seen any changes in the Russian nuclear deployments posture that requires any changes from our side, but we remain vigilant, and we will ensure that we, of course, are ready to protect and defend every NATO ally against any potential threat. On the situation in Zaporizhzhia, our message to Russia is that they had to withdraw their forces because the way they now behave in Zaporizhzhia is undermining the security of this biggest nuclear power plant in Europe.
Stoltenberg, one question on the membership language in the conclusions. Will the word invitation feature in the conclusions? And the second question, a few days ago, Mr. Zelensky said there was no point in coming to Vilnius if there was no concrete discussion and concrete thing that NATO could offer. What would that have meant to NATO, and now what is your feeling about this? Will he come?
President Zelensky will come. I'm glad to welcome him both at the dinner tonight and at the inaugural meeting of the NATO-Ukraine Council tomorrow. NATO ally will send a strong, united, positive message on the path forward for Ukraine. But I will not go into the exact language now, because that will be made public when the communique with the text is agreed, and that will happen later on today. But rest assured, the message will be positive, the message will be strong, the message will be united from NATO allies. This is both about the path forward for membership, but also about the most imminent task, and that is military support. Because unless we ensure that Ukraine win this war, unless we ensure that Ukraine prevails as a sovereign independent nation, there is no membership issue to be discussed. So we have to understand the timelines, the tasks, and the first and the most imminent task is to ensure that Ukraine prevails and President Putin does not win this war.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary General, can you say something about the decisive issues in the last moments of the negotiations between Turkey and Sweden? How important were, for example, the F-16s probably arriving from the United States? And lastly, how relieved are you personally of this result?
Well, the agreement is public. You can see the statement, and that statement addresses the same issues that we agreed in Madrid. So the agreement yesterday, it builds on and is implementing the agreement that we reached last year in Madrid. So this is about stepping up the cooperation to fight terrorism, which is extremely important for Turkey, but also for all NATO allies. It's about the lifting restrictions on arms exports, and it's also about ensuring that this is a long-term continued cooperation between Sweden and Turkey also after accession. So there are no other agreements. The agreement is public, as the agreement was in Madrid, and the good news is that we have then paved the way for Sweden to become a full member. And I will thank President Erdogan. I also thank Prime Minister Kristersson for their constructive approach that enabled the decision yesterday to allow Sweden to become a full member, and for Turkey then to ratify the accession protocols for Sweden.
Regarding the agreement reached by Turkey and Sweden yesterday, I would like to ask, will NATO act as a guarantor, especially for promises made by Swedish side, new promises made, to be fulfilled not only before but after the ratification as well?
I'm absolutely confident that both Sweden and Turkey will adhere to the agreement and also that this will continue after accession. And to ensure that, we actually established last year in Madrid what we call the permanent mechanism to ensure the continued cooperation on the fighting terrorism. And just the fact that we have met many times since Madrid to step up our cooperation in the fight against terrorism demonstrates that this is a lasting agreement and a lasting commitment that will also be there after Sweden joins the alliance.
A question on the bilateral or multilateral security guarantees, which are not part of the NATO, as I understand. Can you elaborate a little bit what they will contain, which countries will participate, and as of what time they will be valid? So is it only when there's a ceasefire, when the war is over? So, and will it be concluded here at the summit? Thank you.
At the NATO summit, we will agree a package for Ukraine with more practical support, with stronger political ties, and also decisions to move Ukraine closer to NATO membership. And the exact language will be available later on this today. Then some allies are also then having a bilateral or multilateral dialogue with Ukraine on a framework to have in place to ensure continued support for Ukraine. I think it would be wrong if I go into the exact language of that and also exactly how that will be made public. But of course, this will complement and supplement the decisions made at the NATO summit.
Secretary General, the question about potential Wagner mercenaries in Belarus. Are there any traces of their presence seen by NATO? Thank you.
The answer is no. So far, we haven't seen any deployment or movement of any Wagner forces into Belarus. But of course, again, we follow closely what's happening, and of course, for Lithuania, a neighbor, it matters. NATO is here. We are ready to defend against any potential threat, but so far, we haven't seen any deployment of Wagner forces to Belarus.
Thank you, Ida Hallikainen from Ilta-Sanomat Finland. How do you feel, was Finland's and Sweden's ratification process too slow, and what kind of message will the membership send to Russia? Thank you.
This sends a very clear message to Russia, to President Putin, that NATO's door remains open and that it is for NATO allies to decide on enlargement. Moscow, President Putin doesn't have a veto on NATO enlargement. And this is demonstrated by the fact that Finland is now already a full-fledged member, and that we yesterday agreed to also make Sweden a full member, that Turkey will ratify the accession protocols for Sweden. So this sends a clear and strong message, and it also demonstrates that President Putin's war or aggression against Ukraine was a big strategic mistake. He totally underestimated the Ukrainians, he underestimated the unity of NATO allies, but he also underestimated the political consequences in countries like Sweden and Finland. He went to war because he wanted less NATO. He's getting more NATO military presence in the eastern part of the alliance, and 2 new members, Finland already a member, and then Sweden soon to become a member. So that just highlights the big strategic mistake that President Putin made when he invaded Ukraine. Let me also add that this has been the fastest accession process in NATO's modern history. That's obviously the case for Finland, which is already a member, but also for Sweden. So this has actually gone fast. You have to remember that Sweden and Finland applied for membership in May last year. All in June, all our allies invited both Finland and Sweden to become members. Then Finland was ratified a few months later, and Sweden obtained this invitee status after the decision in Madrid, and now also their accession will be ratified. So this has been fast, and that demonstrates the unity and the resolve and the commitment of NATO allies to demonstrate that NATO's door remains open.
One very last question,
Mark Kwiatkowski, Serbia. Mr. Stoltenberg, Mr. President Vučić said that he will ask you a meeting with you. Will we meet, and when? And why KFOR allows special units for Pristina in the north of Kosovo and Metohija despite Serbians, and can do anything with that?
As I'm in regular contact with President Alexander Vučić, and of course I'm ready to meet. We are concerned about the increased tensions in Kosovo, and we call on all parties to de-escalate and to refrain from any action that can further increase tensions in the region. NATO is present in Kosovo. We have the KFOR forces there that are there to ensure security and stability for Kosovo and the people living in Kosovo. We execute our UN mandate in an impartial way, and NATO has increased its presence in Kosovo, added some 100 extra KFOR troops because of the instability and the violence and the tensions we have seen over the last weeks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
I want to firstly congratulate you on your reappointment, very well deserved, and for your leadership that NATO is showing to promote security, stability and prosperity in the region and indeed throughout the world. Australia stands strongly with Ukraine. We regard this as a struggle about the international rule of law, about whether sovereign nations' borders will be respected, about fundamental human rights. And we've seen the global impact as well has been a reminder to Australia that even though we are at some distance from where we are today and from the conflict that is occurring after the brutal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we've been impacted as well. An impact in one part of the world in today's interconnected globe means that it's had an impact on our inflation, on our economy and indeed on our people. And that's why we need to be engaged. We will continue to stand with you and stand with the people of Ukraine in the struggle that they are undertaking. And we also will continue to be engaged on issues such as cyber, on issues including we recognise the importance of NATO recognising climate change as a national security issue is something that we have in common. And I'm very pleased to be here. I look forward to coming back to NATO, though, when there is not conflict in a land war that is being involved in here. But we will be engaged in support of the people of Ukraine for as long as is necessary, and will continue to provide what support is needed to the best of our capacity. And we had another announcement very recently, and yesterday, of course, we had an announcement as well as support for a reconnaissance aircraft to be placed in Germany to provide support for the logistics that are needed to give support and aid in Ukraine. So I look forward to our discussion this morning, and I thank you for the ongoing engagement and for the invitation, giving us the honour of participating once again tomorrow in the Indo-Pacific Forum, along with Japan, South Korea and New Zealand, and then for presenting to all of the NATO members after that later tomorrow morning.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. dabar atvažiuoja dar kažkokia delegacija, tai neprašau. Kur jos stabdo? Tai ne mūsų delegacija. Kur jos stabdo? Ja? Slovenija. Slovenija? Tai tenais.
We are representing Norway at what proves to be a historic NATO summit. I would first say that few countries in NATO will be more touched by the fact that Sweden is now becoming a member. And for the first time in modern history, the entire Nordic region will be inside NATO. And that has profound positive implications for the way we plan our security, our defense, and how we will contribute positively to NATO. NATO is a threat to none. This is an organization of collective security which will be enhanced by Swedish membership. Secondly, it is historic because we will now approve updated regional plans and updated regional structure, command structure, and we will secure the funding of NATO operations. That is a result of hard work in the entire alliance. And finally, we will reconfirm our support to Ukraine. Norway has committed a 5-year program of support to Ukraine militarily and in the civilian and economic sphere. And we hope to see this meeting issue a very clear prospect to Ukraine that their future lies in NATO, that we enhance our cooperation, and at the first meeting of the Ukraine-NATO Council will underline that political dimension. So this is indeed an historic meeting, and we will make every effort to contribute, as Norway has since 1949. Well, I think this will be consistent with the pledge made in 2008. Ukraine has the prospect of becoming a part of the NATO family. While war is raging in Ukraine, we have to support every effort to end that war and that Ukraine can defend its sovereignty as a democratic free nation. And I think an invitation should be phrased in a way that when the time is right and allies agree, Ukraine can be allowed in.
Prime Minister, people are now saying with the inclusion of Sweden and Finland into NATO, we now have the Baltic as a so-called NATO lane. Do you feel there will be some retributions, more enhanced military activity from the Russians in response to the fact that, as you mentioned, Scandinavia is now complete with the Baltics and northern Germany and Poland in completing that NATO lane?
Think about it this way. We are all members of NATO, but we don't change as nations. Again, we are a threat to none. We want peace and stability in our region. The threat has come from Russia's aggression in Ukraine. That led Finland and Sweden to make historic decisions to join NATO. It took a bit more than a year when that was finalized. But we will still be Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, and Denmark from the Nordic perspective. We will be contributing to peace, stability, and cooperation. But there also has to be solid defense and deterrence, and that has been as a result of Russia's aggression. That is the fact. Well, I think things have happened since 2008, so it will have to take that into account. We are now supporting Ukraine. We will enhance cooperation between Ukraine and NATO. And I think the perspective of Ukraine having a future in NATO will be underlined. Well, there are discussions in the G7 sector of having security guarantees, assurances. That is outside NATO, but I expect that to be discussed also here at the summit. Thank you.
Meaning that we will not only repeat the mantra of open doors of NATO, but also to show the clear pathway, how to proceed, how to find these doors. And the fragile security situation in the Baltic region, especially Suwalki Gap. I think this is very important to have the decisions to assign the necessary forces, to have the prepositioning taking into account just a very tense situation in this region. You know, Lithuania is sandwiched between Belarus on the one hand and Kaliningrad, heavily militarized region of Kaliningrad. And this Suwalki Gap is a small line, narrow line between those two adversaries. So we should not let our adversaries to cut off the NATO support coming, and we have to defend each inch of our territory, and I am just sure that we will be able to do that in unity but the unity should be decisive. Unity should be productive. And I hope that Vilnius Summit will be the example of productive unity. Yes.
An invitation is Ukraine getting today?
I hope there will be an invitation to proceed, not just open the doors of NATO right now, because then we have the discussion about the activation of Article 5, but very clear signal at not repeating the old formulas of Bucharest Summit. I think we will do more. First of all, we will remove member actions plans, maps. Then we will create institutional framework for closer cooperation between Ukraine and NATO, meaning that tomorrow we will have inaugural meeting of Ukraine-NATO Council. So all this shows that we do enough in order to send a positive signal to our brothers and sisters Ukrainians, and I hope that these decisions, these news coming from Vilnius will just increase the fighting spirit and moral spirit of them, and we will be persistent, we will be tough enough to support Ukraine until the victory.
President Alzada, is enough being done to support the eastern flank, to support Lithuania, Poland, all the Bucharest 9 countries from the bigger powers who are, quite frankly, slower to militarize?
Well, the support is there, but sometimes, of course, we would wish support comes faster. The decision-making should be quicker, especially reacting to what is happening in the proximity of Lithuania, especially Belarus. And I mentioned to President Biden that Belarus really becomes an issue. And this is not like Belarus in, let's say, in 2020. Now we should not have any illusions. This country is not independent anymore. This is one more gubernia of Russian Federation. So Russian military forces, the Belarusian territory is fully available for Russian military forces to plan the operations against Ukraine. The recent announcement that tactical nuclear weapons will be deployed on Belarusian soil is in the stage of implementation. We know that, and this is only the matter of time when they will finalize it. Then instrumentalized migration is going on. Yes, this is not like it was 2 years ago, but still there. So all this as a complex shows that security situation in our region is not stable, is not improving, is deteriorating. And I hope that we will bring this news, this understanding to our allies, to our partners, and this will be one of the potential topics of our discussion today and tomorrow.
Mr. President, thank you.
Sorry, the line is waiting, so probably it will be possible to communicate, I think, in the future. But my colleagues are waiting for you. All the best.
Really happy to be here at important summit. To have this NATO summit here in Lithuania, and one of the continue, and we are in here for a long run support, and we'll continue supporting. Second topic obviously is in our unity is the fact that Sweden is joining us, and again it shows that NATO is the best guarantee for countries on the North Atlantic side of the world to have security guarantees, and we're extremely happy to have and Finland and now Sweden part of NATO.
Prime Minister, is an EU army not an alternative to NATO then? A lot of people talk about it, British talk about it as well, but do we need an EU army or is NATO the right place for the West?
From our perspective, NATO really is the cornerstone of security on the North Atlantic side and definitely in the European continent. What we see is that a lot of European countries are cooperating one with another. We're doing that with the Netherlands for our marine activities. We're doing that with France for our terrestrial activities. So we see that the integration is happening. Maybe even more important is the industrial cooperation that is happening, and that I think is something we don't talk often enough about. Is we are creating a European defense industry that is able to scale up in situations like this. Wait, I'll comment there. Happy that there is found a solution for NATO to join, for Sweden to join NATO. Turkey is a partner, and we've been working on a lot of topics, for example, migration with Turkey, and it's quite clear that we will continue in doing so. If Turkey wants to increase the cooperation with the European Union, obviously we're open for that, and we're open for the discussion. It looks like that there is a new degree of openness to open that discussion on the Turkish side. That's good. Let's talk and let's see what we can work together on. Well, it's definitely something that will be discussed in the European Council, but the Commission obviously has to play its role in it. And really, I wouldn't try to find a diversion between the Council and the Commission. I think we're quite united on that. C'est clair que l'Ukraine un jour fera partie de l'OTAN et on voit que dans les conclusions qu'on discutera aujourd'hui, on offre cette perspective. On parle même d'une invitation de devenir membre au moment où tout le monde sera d'accord et naturellement les conditions seront remplies. Mais je pense que la vraie discussion importante aujourd'hui, ce n'est pas la perspective de devenir membre, elle le sera un jour, mais c'est quelle garantie de sécurité est-ce qu'on offre à court terme. Ça, chacun des pays, on fait beaucoup d'efforts. On sait que d'autres pays vont s'exprimer aujourd'hui et demain par rapport à des garanties de sécurité. Et en fait, ces trois éléments, c'est la perspective de devenir membre et les garanties de sécurité. C'est la conversation politique qui est créée avec ce conseil entre l'OTAN et l'Ukraine. Et c'est le support non létal que les pays de l'OTAN offrent. Oui, notre ambition, on a été clair par rapport à nos 2% avec la perspective de 2035. Quand on parle ici du fait que 2% doit être un effort soutenu, la Belgique souscrit ça complètement. All right.
I have said many times that our membership is not complete without Sweden, so nu det är fullständigt. Niin, olen tämän Ruotsin jäsenyyskysymyksen kohdalta aika useaankin kertaan nyt etukäteen sanonut, että odotan kyllä positiivista liikettä. En sinänsä, että Ruotsi olisi täällä mitenkään jäseneksi asti ennättänyt virallisesti, mutta kyllä tässä nyt suunnilleen kävi niin kuin ainakin itse vähän toiveikkaastikin odotin. Ja mitä sitten tulee Suomen hallitukseen, totesin jo mielipiteeni tai sen, mikä minun mielessäni tässä asiassa on, en sen enempää lausu. No, minusta kaikkein tärkeintä on nyt se, että meillä on vihreää valoa ja vielä tärkeämpää, että voimme luottaa siihen. Aikataulutus on sitten varmasti vähän tällainen valtio-opillinenkin kysymys sekä ehkä Turkissa että Unkarissa, mutta kyllä minä vähän ripeämpää aikataulua odottaisin kuin kuukausissa monissa. Meillähän on jo vuodelta 1999 Helsingin huippukokouksen päätös, jossa Suomi voimakkaasti myöskin tuki Turkin jäsenyyttä. Ja sitä Suomen myönteistä kantaa ei ole kyllä muutettu. Tosin se on nyt sitten ollut aika lailla levossa, niin kuin koko prosessikin. No me olemme tietysti kokeneet tässä vuoden mittaan jo montakin historiallista hetkeä, mutta kyllä ne aina säväyttävät ja totta kai, vaikka olen tässä kokouksessa moneen kertaan ollut siis kumppaniroolissa, niin onhan tämä nyt ihan toista. Upea tunne ja todellakin kiitos kaikille suomalaisille siitä, että me tällaisen ratkaisun osasimme tehdä juuri oikeana aikana. No minusta ensimmäinen hyvä vakuuttava viesti on se, että NATO on yhtenäisenä ja yhtenäisenä tukemassa Ukrainaa. Se on vahva viesti kuitenkin. Sitten tietysti vähän toinen raide liikkuu nyt G7-maiden toimesta. Heillä on tarkoitus ilmeisesti jossain vaiheessa julkistaa myöskin oma käsityksensä, joka liikkuu sellaisen termin kuin security assurance alla. Jotenka kyllä tässä viestiä tulee, mutta tästä kokouksesta tietysti tulee se yhtenäinen tuen osoittaminen Ukrainalle ja varmasti myöskin tuen osoittaminen siihen, että Ukraina saavuttaa ne ehdot tai kriteerit, niin kuin sanotaan, mahdollisimman nopeasti ja riittävällä tavalla, jotka NATO edellyttää. Hyvä. Kiitoksia. Minä en näe teitä.
We are having this historical summit. First of all, we are again reconfirming that Russia is the biggest threat to NATO's alliance. And for that threat, we need to adopt new defense plans. And many of you know that before the Madrid summit, I was explaining in human words how the plans really work, the plans we had that time work in practice. So now I'm very glad that we got strong decisions out of Madrid, so that we moved from deterrence posture to defense posture. And today, hopefully, we're going to adopt the new defense plans that mean that we are able to defend our territory from the first moment, from the first centimeter. And this is very, very important. But what it requires from all of us is to invest more in defense. So this 2% of the defense investment pledge that we have given is very important, but it also is important that all the allies are doing this so that we can fulfill the plans with actual capabilities, and the troops are ready to defend the region. And this is all necessary that it would act as a deterrence. Just to bring you an example, in 1988, all the allies were making 2% of their GDP, they were investing in defense because the threat was real, and the threat is real today as well. Also, one of the questions that we are still debating is the Ukraine membership in NATO. Of course, we understand that it can't happen while the war is going on. We are listening very carefully for the worries that some of the allies have, and I think that we are going to reach a good compromise. That means that there will be a clear pathway for Ukraine to NATO membership, because NATO's membership is the only cheapest and actual working security guarantee there is. And if the war ends, then the opportunity window opens and Ukraine can join also NATO. And positive decisions regarding Sweden, we really welcome Sweden joining NATO. This means a lot for the whole security of our region, but also making NATO much stronger. Thank you. Of course, we can't draft Ukraine into NATO. We have to have concrete steps how Ukraine will get into NATO when the war is over. And therefore, we are working on those very practical steps. The first thing is the Ukraine NATO Council, and that is a clear way how to consult with the allies equally, because it works like the Article 4 for the allies works. And there are other steps as well, how to make everything happen so that when the conditions meet, we are ready to accept Ukraine.
Prime Minister, you said that security guarantees will be raised. Can you
Of course, security assurances, knowing that those security assurances were giving some time ago as well, and they didn't really function because the war is going on, so that now the G7 countries are thinking of providing the military assistance to Ukraine when the war is going on. And all the other allies can also join this pledge. G7 is the leading force because they are the biggest allies in NATO.
What is the message to the countries that are not yet spending 2% of GDP in defense? Is it good enough to reach the target in 5 years, 8 years?
My message to those countries who are not spending 2% yet is that the threat is real. I bring you this example. In 1933, our defense investment was record low because there was no political support for it. And in 1939, we wanted to increase the defense spending by 100%, but it was already too late. And with the defense spending, we can't act when the crisis is here. We have to act before, because that means procurement, that means production, and all of it. And when in 1988 all the allies were investing 2% to defense, it was because they felt that the threat is real. And now the threat is very real as the conventional war is going on. So I really urge all the allies to do it faster. This work has been very intense. I mean, the debates are going on all the time. We have 31 countries that are all democracies, and in democracies we debate, and we have reached already a good compromise and working on this as well. As I was mentioning, the NATO-Ukraine Council is the first step. Adopting the map is also one of the conditions, but also practical steps how to get to the membership. I mean, interoperability of equipment. Ukraine is using the equipment that the allies are giving and the ammunition, so it is already ticking those boxes. So what more can we do in order to really go to that membership? In political medium, we hear the worries that different allies have regarding the membership, but these are the same worries that were regarding us joining. And I just recently read the book about NATO's history, and it was very interesting how Germans at the time when the Visegrad countries were accepted didn't really want the Visegrad countries in, but then one of the representatives said that it's better that the Poles fight than the Germans fight the Russians. So here we have the Ukrainians fighting and not the Germans or Estonians or Americans.
I just got here from Latvia, where Canada made a significant investment in doubling our troops on the ground over the coming years, because we know how important it is to continue to stand strong on NATO's eastern flank. Defending our values and our territory is more important than ever, given what we've seen from Russia over these past number of months and indeed years since the invasion of Crimea. Canada has continued to step up on training. We continue to step up on direct support for Ukraine, about $8 billion worth of support. And we're going to continue to be there, which is why we're so glad to see everyone coming together on a clear path for Ukrainian accession to NATO when conditions allow. Also want to highlight what good news it is to have seen the forward movement on welcoming in Sweden to NATO. Canada was the first country to ratify NATO's accession, Sweden's accession to NATO, and we're very pleased to be it. Le Canada a doublé ses intentions en termes de troupes au niveau de la Lettonie. On va continuer d'être là pour appuyer l'Ukraine, et on va continuer d'être là pour être un partenaire fort à l'OTAN. Merci beaucoup tout le monde. Thank you.
Well, yesterday we took a few very important, decisive steps towards the Swedish accession to NATO. We had very good conversations together with President Erdogan and Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, and we agreed on a joint statement. It's well known that Sweden, after 200 years of non-alignment, we seek common protection, but I also want all NATO allies to know that we also provide security, provide common security, and we are here for the long term. We are decisive in fighting terrorism, we're decisive in fighting organized crime, so I think Sweden has a lot to bring to the table as well. So I'm very happy with this result from yesterday, and now we look forward to the final two ratifications. Sven. Well, it's a well-known position from Sweden to have close ties between Europe and Turkey, so that's well-known. And now we are promoting closer economic bonds, modernizing the customs union, providing better visa regulations and so forth. And I think there is a fertile ground for a closer cooperation. Well, I think it's, as I said, the Swedish position on cooperation between the EU and Turkey, that is decades long, so that's nothing new at all. And we just recently agreed within the EU on a wording that we, during the fall of this year, will restart talks about how to regain a better cooperation with Turkey. So nothing is new in that, I would say, but it's good. Yeah. Några svenska medier som vill någonting? I think I will stick to Jens Stoltenberg's wording from yesterday, as soon as possible. I think that's it gives the framework for the process ahead of us. I've talked quite recently with the Hungarian Prime Minister, so I feel very safe in his statements to me. Okay? Okay.
Покажа дека е единствено како никогаш досега и донесена е голема одлука со тоа што Шведска ќе биде 32-та земја членка на НАТО после вчерасните успешни разговори помеѓу генералниот секретар на НАТО господинот Столтенберг, председателот на Турција, премиерот на Шведска. Очекувам успешен состанок. Мојот ден денес ќе започне со билатерална средба со премиерката на Естонија, утре имам билатерална средба со премиерот на Грција и секако одделни состаноци и со индопацифичките држави, наши партнери, со кои што ќе разговараме за глобалните аспекти на безбедноста и одбраната. Благодарам.
Išvykimui tam buvo paruošta. Tai čia atrodo. Aš einu žiūrėti. Visos Kentekės, o netrukus šitą gražios vietos, ne? Savo vaikų. Vėl operacija. Jeigu tu reikės, tu dėl manęs, jeigu tu turi reikalų, tai savo reikalus palikti. Eiti, aš tau sakau, jeigu tu turi reikalų, daugiau nebūtų įsitikimų. Aš nežinau. Давай попasižiūrėti visą. Jūs ištransliuokit savo policijai, kad jokio veikimo negali būti per regioną. Ir dar čia vienas dalykas būna kartais. Tarp toli atsistoja? Ne, per arti. Aš jums sakiau, kad palapinės kampas. Kai vienas čia atsistoja už tą... Gerai, aš ten pas parodysiu, trupučiuką padėsiu. Ne, tai šitą stovi mūsų. Gerai. Aš jiems sakiau tavo stebėti, išlipti tam, kad stebėtų tave. Ką tu darai, ar tu davai, ar davai. Nu tai, bet ne tą reikia. Šiaip iš principo, žinai, vos negalėtų, kai mūsų žmogus ten yra priekį, ten vos negalėtų sakyti mašiną ir sėdi mašinai, tavo žmogus pasitrauks, nesėdės, kad stebėtų Anilimo vas pareigūnas. Jo geriausiai. Ir stojam tolimiausiam kampe baltos. Čia priėjimo metu. Tai aš tada ten atsistoju ir tą dalyką pabaigti. Tau padėti. Bet varnų nebūtų. Gerai, atėjau aš, mano atėjau savo. Tai gerai, tada aš traukiuosi iš žurnalistų, gerai, einat. Tu manęs pripastavėsi? Gerai?
Dabar tas rautas praėjo, visas.
Montenegro. Možemo? Pa evo, samit se održava u izazovnim okolnostima za evropsku bezbjednost, ali upravo u takvim okolnostima NATO pokazuje jedinstvo, kredibilnost i relevantnost. Nastavljamo podršku Ukrajini, posvećeni smo Ukrajini i na taj način i podižemo u okviru ovoga samita dijalog između NATO i Ukrajine na više nivo, formiranjem savjeta NATO-Ukrajina, čime dodatno pružamo perspektivu ukrajinskom članstvu u NATO savezu. Također očekujem i jedan sveobuhvatan paket podrške, finansijske podrške Ukrajini u narednom periodu, u okviru koga će naravno Crna Gora također i učestvovati. Jedan od glavnih ishoda ovog samita je i jačanje strategije odvraćanja i odbrane, između ostalog i kroz usvajanje regionalnih planova odbrane. Posvećeni smo izdvajanju za odbranu u nivou 2% BDP-a. Zadovoljan sam što će Crna Gora već ostvariti ove godine upravo taj cilj. Tako da također mislim da će biti riječi i o situaciji na Zapadnom Balkanu. Ponovit ću ulogu koju Crna Gora ima, a to je uloga punopravne članice NATO-a i na taj način dodatno promovisanja stabilnosti i mira. I još jedna stvar koja je vrlo važan rezultat ovog samita, to je jačanje partnerstva između NATO članica i zemalja Indo-Pacifika, između ostalog Japana, Južne Koreje, Australije i Novog Zelanda, a u kontekstu dodatno velikih globalnih izazova u dijelu odbrane i bezbjednosti. Pa upravo ja očekujem da u okviru ovog samita se negdje dijalog između NATO-a i Ukrajine podigne na veći nivo formiranjem savjeta između NATO-a i Ukrajine i na taj način dodatno nakon samita iz Bukurešta iz 2008. godine dodatno pružimo jednu perspektivu Ukrajini kao budućoj NATO članici. Tako je, pa ove godine će negdje stavljati fokus biti na to da neće više biti samo cilj dostizanje 2% izdvajanja u odnosu na BDP za odbranu, nego će to upravo biti negdje najmanji dio koji treba izdvajati. Crna Gora već ove godine će ispuniti taj cilj. Znate da mnoge druge članice još uvijek nisu došle do toga cilja, tako da Crna Gora u tom smislu ima jednu dobru startnu poziciju. Pa mi smo svi srećni što je upravo ovaj samit, prvi samit na kome Finska učestvuje kao punopravna članica, a upravo su i jučer došle dobre vijesti sa sastanka između predsjednika Erdogana i predsjednika vlade Švedske, gdje je odmrznut proces ratifikacije ulaska Švedske u NATO, tako da ja očekujem da to u turskom parlamentu ubrzo bude i okončano, čime će Švedska postati još jedna 32. punopravna članica NATO alijanse. Mislim da svaka zemlja ima svoje pravo da bira svoju spoljnu politiku i da građani iz svake od tih zemalja su izabrali i to je to što imam tu da kažem. Zahvaljujem.
Pa mislim da Crna Gora tu zaista igra jednu dobru ulogu, zemlja koja promoviše mir i stabilnost. Zabrinuti smo sa situacijom i tenzijama na sjeveru Kosova. U potpunosti podržavamo deeskalaciju sukoba i dijalog između Beograda i Prištine u okviru platforme koju je trenutno predstavila Europska unija. To sam upravo i rekao predsjedniku Vučiću i nadam se da će uskoro u potpunosti doći do rešenja na koristi Beograda i Prištine. Zahvaljujem.
Pues igual que yo. Bueno, lo primero, trasladar el compromiso del Gobierno de España, del conjunto de la sociedad española, con la OTAN, reconocer el trabajo también del Gobierno de Lituania y de su presidente Gitanas en la celebración y la hospitalidad y en el éxito de esta cumbre tan importante para la OTAN y para toda la alianza euroatlántica. Hoy vamos a tratar, como saben ustedes, y a lo largo del día de mañana, el desarrollo de lo que se ha llamado el concepto estratégico de Madrid, que fue la estrategia que aprobamos el año pasado en la cumbre de la capital de España para los próximos 10 años de la Alianza Atlántica. Vamos a hablar de la disuasión, vamos a hablar también de la cohesión de los aliados en torno a los valores, los principios que enarbola la OTAN. Y en ese sentido sí quisiera en primer lugar trasladar la unidad de todos los aliados, también del Gobierno de España, con Ucrania, con el país agredido por el imperialismo de Putin. En segundo lugar, también trasladar que España, lógicamente, como miembro comprometido de la OTAN, va a anunciar hoy un despliegue de fuerzas y de soldados españoles en el país de Eslovaquia para reforzar el frente oriental, y también vamos a reforzar con un mayor número de efectivos nuestro contingente en Rumanía. Finalmente, como saben, pues para España es muy importante, y ya está recogido también en el concepto estratégico de Madrid, la estrategia 360 grados y, por tanto, el no olvidar el flanco sur y, por tanto, el que la OTAN mire a toda la fuente de inestabilidad, de riesgos, de desafíos que tenemos en el flanco sur. Como saben ustedes, también vamos a tener y vamos a contar con la participación de todos los Estados miembros de la Unión Europea y también del Indo-Pacífico, donde vamos a, lógicamente, poder evaluar y también valorar la situación geopolítica en esa zona del mundo. En fin, venimos con el ánimo de reconocer, en primer lugar, el trabajo bien hecho por parte del Gobierno de Lituania. En segundo lugar, reconocer también y valorar el compromiso del secretario general de la OTAN, Stoltenberg, por mantenerse un año más. Y finalmente, anunciar ese compromiso del Gobierno de España en el despliegue y en el refuerzo de nuestra presencia en el frente oriental, primero en Rumanía y con nuevas tropas en Eslovaquia. Y a partir de aquí, si quieren, respondo a dos preguntas y luego ya mañana.
¿Qué análisis hace del debate anoche? ¿Con esta estrategia acertada cree que le sirvió para dar un poco de
A ver, yo creo que los ciudadanos lo que merecen es escuchar propuestas, es escuchar cuál es el balance que se hace durante estos últimos 4 años de mandato, en este caso mío como presidente del Gobierno, y en segundo lugar cuáles son las propuestas de futuro. Eso es lo que hice como... Un momentito. Entonces el planteamiento fue ese, ¿no? Hacer un balance y también propuestas de futuro. Lo hice en las pensiones, lo hice en el mercado laboral, lo hice también en todo lo que representan los derechos y libertades de las mujeres y del colectivo LGTBI. En fin, enfrente que tuvimos. Bueno, pues tuvimos a un señor Feijóo que, ante la absoluta ausencia de proyecto político y de programa, pues lo que hizo fue, bueno, pues plantear una montaña de mentiras. El uso descarnado, como hemos visto durante estos últimos años, de un terrorismo, el de ETA, que desapareció afortunadamente porque lo venció la democracia española hace 11 años, y por tanto yo salgo satisfecho de este debate. Creo que ha sido un debate donde se han clarificado muchas cosas, y sobre todo lo que ha quedado meridianamente claro es que quien tiene un proyecto de país, de presente y de futuro, es el Partido Socialista y no el señor Feijóo.
Prime Minister, really good to see you. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC, sir. In terms of Europe paying for its own defense, it's something that various US administrations have berated you, have berated...
Yo más de
εδώ πέρα στο Βίλνιους, καθώς ακόμα λίγες εκατοντάδες χιλιόμετρα πιο πέρα μένεται η ρωσική εισβολή στην Ουκρανία. Κατά συνέπεια, η επανεπιβεβαίωση στις βασικές αρχές και αξίες της συμμαχίας είναι σήμερα περισσότερο απαραίτητη παρά ποτέ και θέλω να χαιρετήσω την επί της αρχής απόφαση της Τουρκίας και του Πρόεδρου Ερντογάν να δεχθεί στους κόλπους της συμμαχίας στη Σουηδία και εύχομαι πολύ σύντομα και επίσημα η φίλη Σουηδία να αποτελέσει το 32ο μέλος της συμμαχίας μας. Θα έχω, όπως γνωρίζετε, επίσης την ευκαιρία να συναντηθώ αύριο κατηδίαν με τον πρόεδρο Ερντογάν στην πρώτη συνάντησή μας μετά την διπλή εκλογική μας επικράτηση. Πιστεύω ότι και οι δύο με μια ισχυρή λαϊκή εντολή μπορούμε να κάνουμε ένα πρώτο βήμα επανεκκίνησης των σχέσεων Ελλάδος και Τουρκίας. Όπως έχω πει πολλές φορές, δεν είμαστε καταδικασμένοι να ζούμε με την Τουρκία σε ένα διαρκές κλίμα έντασης. Έχουμε προφανώς σημαντικές διαφορές, μπορούμε όμως να συμφωνήσουμε ότι με γνώμονα τις σχέσεις καλής γειτονίας αλλά και το σεβασμό μας στο διεθνές δίκαιο θα χαράξουμε έναν οδικό χάρτη ώστε να μπορέσουμε να επιλύσουμε την σημαντικότερη γεωπολιτική μας διαφορά που δεν είναι άλλη από την οριοθέτηση των θαλασσίων ζωνών, δηλαδή ΑΟΣ και υφαλοκρηπίδος, στο Αιγαίο και στην Ανατολική Μεσόγειο. Έχει διαμορφωθεί ένα θετικό κλίμα τους τελευταίους μήνες στις σχέσεις μεταξύ των δύο χωρών μας και ευελπιστώ και προσβλέπω ότι μπορούμε να οικοδομήσουμε πάνω σε αυτό το θετικό κλίμα για να κάνουμε κάποια σημαντικά βήματα προόδου τα οποία θα είναι προφανώς προς όφελος και των δύο λαών μας.
My husband is so happy that yours is also here. And also Leslie's. And also Leslie's.
Around the room has changed since everyone sees that Russia is starting it is a very real threat.
Wir haben nicht immer die einfachste Beziehung mit der Türkei gehabt, aber wir sollen auch die Türkei nicht in den Rücken drehen, sonst findet sie andere Partner. Und ich glaube, dass es schon wichtig ist, dass wir eine Zusammenarbeit mit der Türkei weiter suchen. Und wenn ich jetzt richtig gebrieft ist, ist ja auch schon eine Vereinbarung mit Schweden jetzt gefunden worden. Und das zeigt, dass wenn man mit der Türkei auch redet, dass man Lösungen findet. Ich habe jetzt den von gestern Abend mitbekommen und während der Nacht, aber ich weiß nicht, ob heute Morgen noch was Neues dabei herausgekommen ist. Nein, das ist ja wieder anders. Nachher ist ja ein Deal gefunden worden, sogar ohne die Bedingung von der EU-Mitgliedschaft. Das geht ja in die gute Richtung. Das sind ja andere große Länder, die sich ja vereinbart haben, das zu tun. Ich bin da nicht der am größten mitmacht, aber wenn viele Länder das mitmachen möchten, dann sind wir auf jeden Fall nicht dagegen. Voilà. Bonjour, der letzte Woche Presse.
Gentlemen, this is a very important summit because we are starting new regional defense plans for the eastern flank of the alliance. For Slovakia is very important. Predictable, coordinated air defense mechanism. I'm very glad that we have progress when it comes to Sweden membership in NATO, and I expected the concrete progress when it comes to membership, future membership of Ukraine. Pre slovenské médiá som veľmi rada, že sa zúčastňujem tohoto samitu, pretože je veľmi významný z hľadiska obrany, najmä obrany, protizdušnej obrany na východnom krídle aliancie, ktoré je Slovenskou súčasťou. Pre Slovensko je veľmi dôležitý, predvídateľný a koordinovaný mechanizmus protizdušnej obrany. Som veľmi rada, že nastal progres, pokiaľ ide o švédske členstvo v Severoatlantickej aliancie a moje očakávania sú samozrejme spojené aj s konkrétnym posunom, pokiaľ ide o budúce členstvo Ukrajiny v Severoatlantickej aliancii. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Good morning. I hope that we will have very effective and decisive summit. We have few very interesting topics to discuss. I hope we'll make decisions, important decisions for NATO, for Ukraine, and also, as I hope you can understand, for eastern flank of NATO, because I am the president of Poland, so the eastern flank is especially interesting for me. And that's the most important things. To jest bardzo, bardzo dobra wiadomość. Szczerze mówiąc, czekaliśmy na nią do ostatniej chwili. Mieliśmy nadzieję, że ta akceptacja jednak będzie, bo to jest rozsądne rozwiązanie. Obecność zarówno Finlandii, która już jest częścią NATO, jak i Szwecji, która wierzę w to głęboko, w najbliższym czasie stanie się częścią NATO, z całą pewnością ogromnie wzmacnia Sojusz Północnoatlantycki, zwłaszcza w tej naszej części Europy, w Europie Środkowej i tutaj od północy, więc mogę powiedzieć tak, jako prezydent Polski wyrażam satysfakcję i radość z tego powodu, że sprawy idą w dobrym kierunku. Polska na szczycie NATO jest częścią Sojuszu Północnoatlantyckiego. Sojusz Północnoatlantycki musi być jednością. Polska nie załatwia nic dla siebie, tylko dla NATO, dla wschodniej flanki NATO, także dla państw bałtyckich, dla innych państw, które są naszymi sąsiadami właśnie w tej wschodniej części. Dbamy także o interesy naszego sąsiada Ukrainy, który dzisiaj jest, jak wiemy, od ponad roku w stanie wojny, bo broni się przed brutalną rosyjską agresją i będziemy czynili wszystko, żeby zapewnić pokój. Naszym interesie jest to, żeby Rosja musiała wycofać się, opuścić okupowane terytoria Ukrainy, żeby przywrócony został prymat prawa międzynarodowego i wierzymy tutaj głęboko, że NATO jako całość, jako najsilniejszy sojusz obronny na świecie wesprze w tym Ukrainę i będzie prowadziło skuteczną politykę, która do tego doprowadzi. Tak, chcemy przedyskutować oczywiście kwestię bezpieczeństwa wschodniej flanki NATO i generalnie państw NATO jako takich, Europy, no ale nie tylko, bo mamy zapowiadaną od dłuższego czasu przez prezydenta Putina relokację taktycznej broni nuklearnej rosyjskiej na Białoruś. Mamy zapowiadaną relokację najemników grupy Wagnera, rosyjskich najemników grupy Wagnera na Białoruś. To razem zmienia architekturę bezpieczeństwa w bezpośrednim sąsiedztwie NATO i z całą pewnością to wymaga dyskusji i wymaga także decyzji ze strony NATO. We know and we understand what's the situation. We are neighbors of the Ukraine. Ukraine is now under Russian invasion. There is terrible war. We know what it means. We have millions of Ukrainian refugees in Poland. So I think I can say that all Poles, Polish society, understand, and we have to spend more for our defense, to increase our military capabilities, to increase our defense capabilities, and this is crucial now. So that's why we made these decisions.
Mr. President, how do you estimate the efforts of Ukraine on its way to NATO if she does enough?
I have one message. We should establish straight and clear path for Ukraine to NATO. And that's all. O, mam taką nadzieję. Uczestniczymy w ich przygotowaniu. Dyskutujemy nad nimi. Myślę, że to jest czytelny znak tego, że państwa demokratyczne, państwa wolne, które tworzą Sojusz Północnoatlantycki, chcą wolnej, suwerennej, niepodległej Ukrainy i wspierają dążenia społeczeństwa ukraińskiego do tego, aby takie państwo mieć. No, przepraszam, białoruskiego oczywiście. Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you.
Monaten seit Beginn des Krieges mit großer Intensität ausgeweitet, was wir an Unterstützung gewährleisten. Und wir werden das in den nächsten Jahren auch weiter tun. Gerade jetzt ist noch mal ein neues Paket von knapp 700 Millionen Euro geschnürt worden, das uns in die Lage versetzt, die Ukraine jetzt unmittelbar weiter zu unterstützen. Alles zusammen wird es hier darauf ankommen, die gefundene Einigkeit und Solidarität auch weiter voranzubringen. Und dazu zählt natürlich auch, dass wir all die wichtigen Entscheidungen treffen, die erforderlich sind, damit die NATO sich auch als Verteidigungsbündnis gut neu aufstellt. Denn wir müssen uns ja gegen eine Bedrohung unseres Territoriums wappnen. Und das ist mit den Entscheidungen, die hier getroffen werden, auch verbunden. Dazu zählt im Übrigen ja auch die Entscheidung, dass mindestens 2% der Wirtschaftsleistung für Verteidigung entlang der NATO-Kriterien ausgegeben werden soll. Deutschland ist mit den Mitteln, die wir im Haushalt bereitstellen, unserem Sondervermögen nächstes Jahr in der Lage, genau das zu erreichen. Für uns ist von Anfang an wichtig, dass es Sicherheitszusagen für die Ukraine gibt, die nach einem Frieden wirksam sein können. Und dazu werden wir auch jetzt die notwendigen Vereinbarungen treffen, die jetzt für das, was wir aktuell an Unterstützung leisten, relevant sind, aber auch für das, was dann in einer Friedenssituation erforderlich ist. Da werden die G7-Staaten eine gemeinsame Erklärung miteinander hier festhalten, die das ausdrückt und die dann ganz konkret von den einzelnen Ländern ausgefüllt wird, so wie wir das ja jetzt auch schon aktiv tun mit unserer Unterstützung der Ukraine. Es ist ganz wichtig, dass wir hier eine gemeinsame Entscheidung treffen als NATO zu der Frage, wie das.
President Biden, dear Joe, welcome to the NATO summit, and many, many thanks for your strong leadership making this alliance united and even stronger. This summit is already historic because the agreement we made yesterday will make Sweden a full member of NATO. and that will make our alliance even more capable of defending all allies. At this meeting, we will also send a clear message to Ukraine that we stand by them as long as needed, and also that we agree on united and positive message on the path forward for Ukraine and membership for Ukraine. Another major message from this summit will be that we need to invest more in our defense. And we will agree a new defense investment pledge, where we state clearly that 2% of GDP for defense is a minimum. The good news is that European allies and Canada are stepping up. This year we have new numbers showing that they have added 8.3% in real terms for their defense budgets. This is record high, and that demonstrates that allies are delivering on their commitments. So once again, Mr. President, it's great to have you here at the NATO Summit.
It's good to be here, and thank you for continuing to deliver. I, as I've made no mistake, the press is not at all surprised. I've been touting the fact that I think it's really important at this critical moment in Ukraine, in the whole NATO issue, that you continue to lead NATO. You're trusted. No one knows the situation that we're facing better than you do. And this is a historic moment. The adding of Finland and Sweden to NATO is consequential, and your leadership really matters. And we agree on the language that we proposed, that you proposed, relative to the future of Ukraine being able to join NATO. And we're looking for a continued united NATO. They've heard me say, my American president heard me say many times, I still think that President Putin thinks the way he succeeds is to break NATO. I'm not going to do that, especially with you as the leader. So thank you for willing to do it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mr. President, what is your role in getting Turkey to agree? Mr. President, why weren't you at the signing?
Son Excellence, Monsieur Xavier Bettel, Premier ministre du Grand-Duché de Luxembourg. Son Excellence, Monsieur Emmanuel Macron, Président de la République française. The Right Honourable Justin Trudeau, Prime Minister of Canada. Her Excellency Ms. Kaja Kallas, Prime Minister of the Republic of Estonia. Son Excellence, Monsieur Alexandre De Croo, Premier ministre du Royaume de Belgique. His Excellency, Mr. Krišjānis Kariņš, Prime Minister of the Republic of Latvia. His Excellency, Mr. Jonas Gahr Støre, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Norway. Her Excellency, Ms. Katrín Jakobsdóttir, Prime Minister of the Republic of Iceland. His Excellency, Mr. Nikolai Denkov, Prime Minister of the Republic of Bulgaria. His Excellency, Mr. Petr Pavel, President of the Czech Republic. His Excellency, Mr. Jakov Milatovic, President of Montenegro. His Excellency, Mr. Mark Rutte, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. His Excellency, Mr. Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland. His Excellency, Dr. Robert Golob, Prime Minister of the Republic of Slovenia. His Excellency, Mr. Dimitar Kovachevsky, President of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia. His Excellency Mr. Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. Her Excellency Ms. Giorgia Meloni, President of the Council of Ministers of the Italian Republic. The Right Honourable Rishi Sunak, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. His Excellency Mr. Olaf Scholz, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. Her Excellency Ms. Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Denmark. Especially.
We were actually at the request of us waiting.
His Excellency Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Prime Minister of the Hellenic Republic. His Excellency Mr. Sauli Niinistö, President of the Republic of Finland. His Excellency Mr. Edi Rama, Prime Minister of the Republic of Albania. His Excellency Mr. Pedro Sanchez, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain. Her Excellency Ms. Zuzana Čaputová, President of the Slovak Republic. His Excellency Mr. Klaus Werner Johannes, President of Romania. His Excellency Mr. Antonio Costa, Prime Minister of the Portuguese Republic. His Excellency Mr. Ulf Kristersson, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sweden. His Excellency Mr. Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary. His Excellency Mr. Recep Tayyip Erdogan, President of the Republic of Turkey.
Це корпусна лобовина. Taip, kažkokie tokie amžiai. Gal, pagrindinis jau taip žiūrėjo ir,
The Honorable Joseph R. Biden, Jr., President of the United States of America.
NATO to
It's not fair.
Your Excellencies, for the family photo, we would invite you to look in the central camera for 8 seconds. Thank you.
Change of procedure. You have had the most important kindergarten ever.
tweet till Zelensky skulle ligga...
Ja, men den säger jag på ett ord.
Ja, bara från du vet. In action.
Ja. Good afternoon. I think we are ready to start. If you all can find your seats, then we will start this summit. So, once again, good afternoon. Welcome to all of you to this NATO summit. Many thanks to our host, Lithuania, and to you personally, President Nausėda, the Gitanas, for hosting all of us. And let me also welcome President Niinistö, who have been at many NATO summits before, but this is the first NATO summit where you actually attend as a full-fledged member. So welcome to you, Sauli. And then also a warm welcome to Prime Minister Kristersson. Following the agreement yesterday, we will soon also be welcoming Sweden as a full-fledged member. So welcome to you. Today we will make many decisions for an even stronger alliance. We will increase our practical and political support to Ukraine. This will bring Ukraine closer to NATO, where it belongs. We will also take bold steps to further strengthen our deterrence and defence, including new plans and forces for the defence of the Euro-Atlantic area. And we will agree a more ambitious defence investment pledge. Let me now pass the floor to our host, President Nausėda, for his opening statement. Please, Gitanas, you have the floor.
Dear Jens, my dear friends, allies, it's my honor and great pleasure to welcome you all in Vilnius. Welcome to Lithuania. Lithuania, where freedom has never been taken for granted, where values have always been stood for, where allies are always welcome and cherished. Lithuania is a country where the principle one for all and all for one bears a very special meaning and is carried deep in our hearts. Today the most brutal war is being waged by Russia against sovereign and independent Ukraine at the doorstep of NATO. Today allies are meeting in Vilnius to testify to the importance of collective solidarity and defense. Also to take bold decisions on how to strengthen allied security and defense, help Ukraine to win, and boost our partnerships with like-minded countries in other regions. Unity, solidarity, and the transatlantic bond are irreplaceable pillars of our success. Dear friends, let me wish us all productive discussions and wise decisions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, President. This ends the public part of the meeting. I thank the media for joining us at the top of the meeting, and we'll continue in just a moment. Thank you so much.
dangerous region, at a dangerous moment in the history of the European continent. We are next to Ukraine. We, as a continent, are going through a tragic part of our history when Russia has launched the biggest aggression since World War II, which affects a lot of countries in Europe, in the world. And now it's more important than ever to be standing together, to be in solidarity with Ukraine, and to be acting as a European family of nations to stop this war and to return the continent back to a state of peace. And Moldova is fully and entirely committed to strengthening its international partnerships with those countries and organizations that are working together to bring peace back to Europe, to make Moldova stronger. And of course, NATO is a key organization that has managed to ensure peace and stability in Europe and is working together with Moldova to keep our country peaceful, stable. Today, I will have a speech at the in the ministerial format with my colleagues from the NATO countries, where we will look into ways to strengthen Moldova's partnership with NATO, with concrete initiatives that will strengthen Moldovan security and will help Moldova to be continuously a contributor to regional security. Thank you.
internet, I don't know, but mic or whatever you want. Good afternoon. I'm Deputy Foreign Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For us, it's a great privilege as a partner country to be invited at Vilnius for the NATO summit. This is a crucial point of the transatlantic security, and this is, of course, reflecting on us in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the region of Southeast Europe, where we believe that the stronger ties with the NATO and is going to bring more prosperity and more peace in the region of Southeast Europe. I would like to thank the hosts and the NATO for inviting and bringing Bosnia and Herzegovina as the partner country to this summit. Thank you. Bosna i Hercegovina kao zemlja partner pozvana na ovaj summit očekuje produbljenje odnosa sa Sjevernoatlantskim savezom i da sve ono dobro što je učinjeno do sada ostane u fokusu kako novog saziva Vijeća ministara, tako i NATO saveza. Imao sam niz bilateralnih sastanaka sa sa ministrima i zamjenicima ministara zemalja članica Sjevernoatlantskog saveza. Kasnije popodne sudjelovat ćemo i na ministarskom sastanku ministara vanjskih poslova u kontekstu zemlje partnera i naravno tamo iznijeti sve ono što su očekivanja Bosne i Hercegovine u nastavku i produbljenju suradnje između Sjevernoatlantskog saveza i Bosne i Hercegovine. Bosna i Hercegovina sa Sjevernoatlantskim savezom razvija jedan novi program odnosa, to je DCB, Defense Capacity Building, koji treba ojačati oružane snage Bosne i Hercegovine. Sa svim saveznicima razgovaramo o njihovoj kontribuciji u tom financijskom smislu kako bi mogli bilo uslugama, bilo dobrima ojačati integritet oružanih snaga Bosne i Hercegovine i njihovu interoperabilnost sa Sjevernoatlantskim savezom, a pogotovo laku brigadu koja je dobila prolaznu ocjenu prošlog rujna kada je NATO ocijenio vrlo visokim ocjenama interoperabilnost tog segmenta oružanih snaga Bosne i Hercegovine sa NATO. Hvala vama.
in the logic of these statements that the war should be over only by not supplying weapons to Ukraine. Not by Russian forces getting out of the Ukrainian territories, but of not supplying weapons to Ukraine. So that's also give me a certain signals that we made something wrong, probably not reaching them with the proper arguments, or just not reaching them. Or they are so ignorant if they can't understand what is there. And then the big group, that is the so-called Global South. I don't like this wording. And even in the Global South, we have definitely a lot of countries that are supporting Ukraine. We have Japan changing their military doctrine to support Ukraine. But we still have problems of communications there. And for example, most of the African countries are blaming Ukraine in food security issues and food crisis, not Russia. They are thinking that it is us, because we are continuing fighting, we have this problem. I haven't heard any statements for Russians targeting the ports. This night, Odessa region was targeted, and one of the Shaheeds made a fire at the grain terminal in the port. The port that is included in the grain deal. So they openly violated the grain deal that they signed. Any statement from the African leaders who just traveled a few weeks ago to Ukraine, pushing us for the peace or appeasement with Moscow? So that is the question still of, is it just Ukraine that is not speaking? Or that is probably all of us inside of Europe that we spoke with ourselves, and there are other groups that maybe we need to find the wording that are good for them, as coming and speaking about the rule-based order. If they are not ready to speak about liberal order or something like this, but at least to speak in this way about the rules-based order that is currently totally violated.
So some to-dos, both for ourselves, but across our societies and abroad. David, you wanted to come in on this.
Yeah, look, I'll just pick up a couple points.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we have dialogue with more groups that have, I mean, if you take the British term, that are pressure groups that have various interests that are relevant, to the situation. But we're kind of talking to ourselves when we have that discussion. And I feel it more here in this role. Certainly I felt it in Washington. We talk about the Beltway effect, where we kind of talk to ourselves in this national security process with think tanks. You go to various events. And it's important, but it's not as important as it is for our leaders to speak with our societies and for our societies to understand what's happening and why it's important. So, I mean, Greta Thunberg's interesting to me, but not as much as my president speaking to the American people to explain why it is so important, why it is in the United States' national interest to support Ukraine directly through NATO, et cetera. That's what's most important. There will be no return to a February 22nd security environment. It's just not going to happen. This is a real war. It's not a crisis that we can just turn our eyes away from and think it's going to disappear. Our societies are also paying a price. It certainly pales in comparison to the price that the Ukrainian society pays. But it is a price nonetheless that's being paid by many nations around the world. And I think fundamentally, the thing that I find most convincing when I speak to a public audience, a purely public audience, not an audience that's of the think tank world or fellow people involved in national security processes, they understand what matters here. It's an illegal war that is completely unjust. They see the violence, the murder, the rape, the torture, the theft, the kidnapping, the forced deportation, and they are right to be deeply shocked and offended by that. And they understand at a human level how deeply wrong that is. And I think that's a core part of the reason why so many societies provide the strong support that they do. We see it in polling, but what I'm trying to emphasize to you is that there's a human factor here at the civil society level that leaders are wise to appreciate and understand. And in some cases, that civil society impetus to wish to respond and assist has actually led the political decision-making and inspired the political decision-making in certain directions.
It is very inspiring. Slavomir.
There is a quite interesting aspect of relationship between decision makers, NATO, and general public, civil society, if you want, in which you can now realize here in Vilnius. NATO is and has always been seen as a American alliance. I mean, the very first alliance in which United States committed itself to defend peace in Europe. So that's, Congress is on board, President is on board, U.S. armed forces and military potential is on board. So naturally, President of United States was seen as a leader of the free world on every summit, except this one. Here in Vilnius, we have President Zelensky, who is seen now as a leader of the free world. He's coming here as a representative of the country aspiring to become a member of NATO and influencing the agenda of the alliance. And President Zelensky is, we have to give him the credit. He's doing his public policy, public diplomacy in an excellent way. Now there is a conversation, not far from here, about communique, about the invitations, about the wording, how we can embrace Ukraine, how we can meet Ukrainians' expectations to become a member of NATO in future. And what President Zelensky is doing, he's unable to negotiate the text because it's up to the members to decide what kind of the message we'll send to Ukraine. But he tries to bring on board to address the public behind the leaders. Because public wants wants NATO to help Ukraine. So that's the way how, it's yet another proof that we are here for common cause. Ukraine and NATO. And we need to find the ways to collectively restore peace in Europe. That's our main goal. That should be our main goal. For both the leaders of the alliance and Ukraine. And we will find a way. I'm 100% convinced that we will find a way to restore peace in Europe.
Yes. We have questions on the hows and the whats, but if there's a question in the audience as well, if we have, so it's a bit hard to see in the glare. Okay, so we have one question there. As you line up, I'll ask from here. Will there be timely security guarantees for Ukraine is coming through the Slido system? Sitting here, David, do you think that there will be meat for Ukraine?
There is always meat at a summit. This is my fourth summit. If there's one thing I've learned, it's that I can't presuppose what any of the outcomes will be. But this certainly is in discussion.
Yes, question from the floor.
Thank you. Benjamin Tallis, German Council on Foreign Relations. David, you alluded to some of this in your talk, but I think the key here is to not understand that we're just unlocking Ukraine's potential, but that Ukraine has shown us how to unlock our own potential. This is about reviving and renewing the liberal democratic world as well as defending it and spreading it. And I'd be interested to hear from the panel, what do you think is our homework in democratic societies in the West to make good on that and to actually realize that potential, not only for Ukraine as the frontier state of our better future, but for all of us in actually creating a better future for our populations to ensure that democracies can deliver materially as well as morally on their promise to be a superior system. Thank you.
I think each of that could be an essay in response, but if you could have 2 points on that answer, maybe starting with Slavomir, what are the 2 points that get to that?
I think we need to do all possible to help Ukraine to win this war, repel Russian aggression. So that's absolutely fundamental, I think, and we can do that. We can do that. It's up to us to make the decision. And second, we have to send the message not only to Russia, but all adversaries, all those who are toying with the idea that aggression on neighbors can be a good way of doing business in contemporary world. We have to send this message together that no, you are not going to succeed, you are not going to prosper, and your attempts and your country will be defeated.
I think we could borrow some of Ukraine's excellent digital media experts to figure out how to land those messages with memes, because that has been impressive. What is your homework for the others? And 2 quick points.
You know, 2 things first. That is definitely to remember that values should be protected, and explanation to your societies that sometimes they needed to be not only protected but also defended, because unfortunately in Europe we used to think that human rights, the values of democracy and everything, that's something that we already had and they're inevitable. They can be reversed, both politically with the populists or some political parties, or military with the actions of adversaries. So a little bit refreshing ourselves, waking up and explaining, yeah, the threats still can be. And the second, to stop being afraid of their own potential. It seems to me that during this year we saw more self-restrictions inside of the European political circles, inside of the European societies, than the actual threats were from the Russian Federation. And that's something like, you know, that definitely only psychologically we can change. Finally, to understand that you have the deterrence potential, you have a stronger armed forces than the Russian Federation, you have the nuclear weapons. That's why I never could understand, for example, why French being afraid of the Putin statements about use of the nuclear. Come on, you had the nuclear for 60 years. You should have all the deterrence plans. Why you were not afraid 20 years ago, why you started to be now. So just stop to be afraid of their own potential.
David, your 2 points.
Okay, very briefly, I think first, Ukraine must prevail. Ukraine must win. It matters not just for Ukraine, but it matters for the security architecture in Europe and the security architecture that NATO cares the most about. So it's important. Really important to see that all the way through. And I think the related point I would make is that while I don't think anyone knows when the war will end, I think everyone can easily understand that the way the war ends matters a great deal. That if there is an unjust peace that does not ensure that Ukraine is free and whole, I don't know how long that peace lasts. And that's why I think it's so important that we have to be very, very clear with ourselves and with our nations about what this means and why we do the things that we do to support Ukraine.
There are any additional questions from the floor? Yes, right there.
Hi, Susan Markham from the Halifax International Security Forum. I think we can all agree that no country can reach its full potential unless all citizens are involved. So I was just wondering how NATO and civil society in Ukraine is working to engage women leaders and integrating the issue of gender equality into the war and rebuilding efforts.
We just had this morning first wonderful meeting with the NATO WPS talking about how to incorporate as much as possible. There are several issues. First, Ukraine is definitely up to the 1325 and have the national plan just adopted. We see more women in the military and security services, and the last year increased the numbers dramatically. So the bigger numbers will lead to the changes to of some of the policies as well. That is a natural process because it is pushing already from the ground. You have, because men cannot travel, more and more women who became the advocates and the lobbyists of Ukraine abroad. So you also, those women who before probably were not sure can they be a good speaker or not, they started traveling because they understand that that is the only chance and that is a necessity. So a lot of these grassroots initiatives, they are leading also to the political levels. I cannot say that it is all rose and nice. No, unfortunately, we hear the statements from some of the top politicians about reconstruction. I have two deputies that are female. Why you think that we have problems with females? So that just demonstrates the misunderstanding of some of these. But we initiate these discussions. We're putting these, we have the advisors at each of them, from military groups and sections to the ministries that are now raising these questions. And through raising proper questions, we expect to have better changes in the policies as well.
I think that's a wonderful note to end on. And I think what is clear is that we have so many tasks to either not lock or to unlock Ukraine's potential militarily. The need to ensure victory is paramount.
I'm not sure. Just
You know, the main goal is a full-fledged membership.
Yes, but leaders, President, now they are discussing removing.
That's why I will not discuss with you right now, because we will wait tomorrow, and we will hear, we will see. But right now I come to sign with my colleagues, ministers of defense of the French countries, a memorandum regarding the F-16 training courses coalition.
So you are waiting for presentation in Vilnius?
Yes, sure. Sure.
And what about the Twitter from Mr. Zelensky about it was very critical.
My president knows something. Good luck.
I think that I'm sure that it's a big effort to stay alive and still being able to ask the questions and participate in the discussion. I will be your moderator for the next panel, which is called The Nexus of Stability and Deterrence, Reducing Risks in the Nuclear Age. Just a couple of days ago, our neighbor, Alexander Lukashenko, during his conversation with Steve Rosenberg, mused, "God forbid if I have to take a decision to use nuclear weapons." And then he added, "Nuclear weapons are just the weapons." This situation, as many other situations during the recent year, are making us to reflect on the stability of our security and pose some questions related to validity of nuclear taboo, related to nuclear proliferation, and also functioning of the arms control regimes. What is the impact of the war in Ukraine on the nuclear stability? And what role NATO has to play in the situation? Does it have any role to play in the situation? So these are the questions which will be discussed in this panel, and probably some more. And we have the most knowledgeable and diverse panel to answer these questions and to reflect upon these questions. So first of all, let me introduce to you Mr. Angus Lapsley, who is Assistant Secretary General for Defense Policy and Planning from NATO. Nicholas Tenzer, I hope I pronounced it in the right way, and he is Senior Fellow at CEPA, Center of European Policy Analysis. And last but not least, Julia Berghofer, who is a Senior Policy Fellow at European Leadership Network. So without further ado, I'd like to turn to my wonderful panelists and to pose the first question. And my first question goes to Angus. So what is your take? What is the impact of war in Ukraine and Putin's constant saber-rattling on the nuclear taboo? Is it being weakened or strengthened?
Well, thank you, Margarita, and good afternoon, everyone. So I'm pretty certain that actually the nuclear taboo is as strong today as it's ever been. I also think deterrence works as well today as it has ever done. There is a reason why Russia has not has not attacked NATO at any point in this war. And there's a reason why NATO is very clear that it doesn't itself want to get into a conflict with Russia. But I think what we have seen is that Russia has tried to intimidate not just NATO, but Ukraine itself and the international community more broadly. You could argue they've tried to coerce us with the threat of nuclear use. And I would argue it hasn't really worked. And one of the reasons it hasn't really worked is that taboo is still so strong. It's deeply irresponsible even to threaten the use of nuclear weapons or to make all sorts of wild claims about changing your posture. And I think what Russia is now doing, making such a public show of saying it's going to move nuclear weapons into Belarus, I think that is part of that intimidation and coercion. But I would argue it's not working. And using nuclear weapons would still be a huge step that I think Russia wouldn't take lightly. And I think we understand that. They understand it. And that's why that coercion is not working the way that perhaps they intend.
But should NATO just disregard those threats, or should we rethink our nuclear posture, reacting to what's happening on the ground, probably not only in Europe, but further away? So what NATO should do in this situation?
So look, nuclear is one of those areas where you should never be complacent and you should take everything seriously, and we do. Because even if the likelihood of an event is low, the impact would be horrific. So we do take this really seriously, and NATO has spent a lot of time over the last 18 months, and indeed going back further than that, reflecting on our own nuclear posture and making sure that it is predictable, stable, but also credible. And that means exercising, it means demonstrating our capability, it means the kind of investments that lots of allies are making at the moment, whether that's the US and France and the UK, all putting considerable investment in the moment into modernizing their nuclear forces so that they are credible for the future. But also, allies who participate in the nuclear sharing arrangements in NATO, like Germany and others, who are investing heavily in the capabilities they need for that mission to be credible well into the 21st century. So I think being credible on our own deterrence, communicating that, so that any potential adversary knows that it's there, it's unchanging, and it's serious. I think that is ultimately the best way of reducing the risks.
You've touched upon the issue of nuclear sharing. Do you think that it could be expanded, or NATO-Russia Founding Act is still limiting us?
Well, look, our nuclear sharing arrangements go back to the 1960s, and they have been very stable throughout that period. Now, we keep posture under review all the time. There are also lots of different ways in which allies can contribute to our nuclear sharing arrangements. It's not just allies that have nuclear weapons, American nuclear weapons stationed in their country. It's also the contribution you can make, for example, to the wider air mission, to suppression of enemy air defenses. There are all sorts of important roles, and that's exactly what we keep under review. And we will always be driven by the threat and what is the best, most credible military way to respond to that threat. That's what's driving us.
But you didn't answer my question regarding NATO-Russia Founding Act. Is it still limiting us? Because when it comes to nuclear, everyone brings it to the table. We don't believe that it's functioning because Russia has breached it on numerous times. But when the nuclear issue is being raised, it's brought back to the table.
Yeah.
So is it still functioning?
We've been very clear that we will take the sovereign decisions as an alliance that we need to take to maintain our deterrence and our defense. That's what we'll do. That isn't constrained.
Thank you. And I'll turn to Nicola, and I'll ask the similar question, but a bit in a different way, from a different angle. Back to Putin's nuclear saber rattling. Does it make impression in national capitals? How does it impact our decision making? For instance, with respect to the military aid for Ukraine, or potentially also giving the membership to Ukraine? So does it have an impact on our national decision makers?
Absolutely. I think I fully agree with, I will say, the sense of your questions, because if we look back to the last 2 decades, or more precisely the last 22 years, in fact, I will say that the Russian blackmail worked. And it allows Putin, in fact, to win all its wars. In Georgia, before in Chechnya, of course, in Syria, in a way, of course, in Ukraine during the period at least 2014-2022. And in fact, you had always, I mean, this fear coming from the West that this threat was credible. And I think that as a response to the threat, the world leaders were not able to say, well, we are not a threat. And in fact, still now, in fact, we are not giving Ukraine all the weapons it needs. Basically, in my view, because of this threat. And I just welcome, I mean, my President Emmanuel Macron's decision today to provide Ukraine with Scalp long-range missiles. And I hope that it will have some effects also on Washington, D.C. But having said that, I still consider that we are too much buying the alleged red lines put by Russia on this because of basically these threats. And always, for instance, I was advocating since the first day of the war, February 24th, 2022, the fact that we should take actions according to the Article 51 of the UN Charter. Because not only we know Ukraine could retaliate to the attack, but we in the West, we are legitimate to help Ukraine just to counter the threats and the attack. We didn't. And in my view, you have this kind of nuclear blackmail still functioning right now. Of course, and I fully agree with what everything Angus said just at the moment. We have to take, I mean, any kind of nuclear threats seriously. It means that we have to monitor. We must have very clear intelligence assessment on what Russia and other nuclear power are doing. Certainly we must absolutely do that. And we have also to be very clear and to assess, I know how difficult it is, the chain of command in Russia. We know that we are 3 persons that are needed to push on the button: Putin, Shoigu, the Minister of Defense, and Gerasimov, the Chief of Staff of the Army. And there will be other people, certainly, who will be very needed to take concretely action. So we have to assess everything. But the idea is that there are still red lines, and there are some things that we cannot do, is completely, in my view, a blunder. Let me adjust a thing. If we had taken actions more decisively at the beginning of the war, not only we would have saved thousands, I would say dozens of thousands of lives, of Ukrainian lives, but certainly we could have basically prevented at the earliest possible stage any kind of risk of war. And the more, I mean, we are hesitating, I will say the more, even if, in my view, at very, very, very low level, the risk is increasing.
Thank you. And I'm just wondering, okay, in academia, at the decision-making level, it is clear your recipe is to monitor but not to overreact. But how to calm down the societies? Because they see those terrible headlines and they react, and politicians have to react to their reaction. So that is the first question. And the second one, which is related, why nuclear saber rattling is more effective in the Western societies, in the countries which are further away from Russia than in the countries which can feel immediate threat from Russia. Why is this happening?
I think that I will, if you allow me, just to answer your second points before. First of all, we must not underestimate the depths of the Russian propaganda in the Western societies. I remember, in many TV shows, not only in my country, in France, but also, in the UK, in Germany, in some other country, in the US as well, you had, hidden Russian propagandists saying, well, we must not deliver weapons to Ukraine because otherwise Russia will nuke them and us. And you had those propagandists saying, okay, we want to save Ukrainian lives, but because of that, we don't have to send weapons to them, because of the nuclear threats. So, we must not underestimate this hidden propaganda. And then, of course, it had effects on the average people. And because the average people, of course, could fear, and that's a legitimate fear, the use of nuclear weapons that must remain something absolutely unacceptable. And I think that we certainly, were, I will say, insufficiently dealt with this kind of issue, just to offer the counter-arguments to those propagandists coming not only, I would say, from the government and the senior officials, but also for the media who studied very clearly, this kind of issue. And then on your first questions, first of all, I think we have to send the right signal. First of all, if we have, and we had some, world democratic leaders saying, well, there is a true risk, that's the best, very bad message to the public opinion. Second, and we did so, we must make very clear that we have sent some messages to Russia. Third thing, we must not accredit the idea of a kind of World War III, because immediately, and that's part of the Russian propaganda, use of nuclear weapons means, of course, the annihilation of the Earth and World War III. No, it's not the case, because for a very one reason that, all the specialists perfectly know, we can answer to nuclear threats through conventional means. And I think that there was the idea, especially because we in Europe also haven't devoted enough means to the reinforcements or conventional army, that, it was only the questions of, rivalry between the great powers was only a question of nuclear threats. And the fact is not. The fact is that was fully predictable. No, we have a conventional war waged by Russia in Europe, and we are able to answer conventionally. And even if there is a nuclear threat, we can also answer conventionally. And I think that's a very important message, also to reassure the public opinion.
So, potential of answering nuclear threats with conventional weapons is key also in reassuring the society.
Absolutely.
And my last question takes me a bit further away from Ukraine, but what's happening in Ukraine is used as a test ground or as a simulation for countries which are a bit further away. And what we do there, how we as collective West react and what's happening in Ukraine is considered and taken as a certain, lessons learned by those countries in their projection of how to behave, what to do themselves. And I mean China. China is looking very precisely at what's happening in Ukraine, conventionally, how we are reacting to what's happening in Ukraine, but also in terms of our nuclear messaging and our nuclear posture. And my question is, Lithuania just 2 weeks ago has adopted Indo-Pacific strategy. Does NATO have to have something similar, to have Indo-Pacific strategy, also including a very clear stance, nuclear posture vis-à-vis China?
Absolutely, and I think that first of all, I think what we are doing in Ukraine is certainly a message that we send to people of the Republic of China, obviously. And the fact is that if we let, a nuclear power, namely Russia, deter us and limit, and I will also self-deter ourselves and limit our willingness to take action in Ukraine, it will be certainly the wrong signal sent to Beijing. That's absolutely true. And I think that, of course, Beijing is watching that very carefully, because if you are a nuclear power and you say, oh, okay, you can dictate your conditions to the planet, to everyone, you can invade the neighboring country, they can shatter, the world order, then, there will be absolutely no peace. And that's true for China, but that could be also true for some minor nuclear powers. In regional conflicts especially, and we have many other examples. Then the second thing is the real issue. Some analysts are still talking about red lines. I said before that we don't have to buy, the red lines from China, and from Russia, for both countries, in fact. But I think we have also to be credible on all red lines. And then two issues. First of all, we have, the worst examples, during the last decade was the examples of Obama's so-called red lines, in Syria in 2013, that were never enforced after the chemical attack on the Ghouta. And I think that everything that comes after that, in Syria, where the war is still ongoing, and Russia is still shelling the civilians there, and of course in Ukraine, also is coming from, the lack of credibility. And I remember had that period of time of just 1 year after trips to Japan and South Korea and discussed with senior officials, and they said, well, what's about the credibility? And that was the questions. And the second point is that, well, we are talking about nuclear threats, but the nuclear threat coming from Russia is exactly the same towards NATO country that it is towards Ukraine. So that makes the difference. And I think that if we want to be credible, that's my argument in 1.5 years, if you want to be credible, in our deterrence for NATO country, we must be also credible in facing the war waged by Russia against Ukraine.
Thank you. Julia, I'd like to ask a bit different question. Although nuclear disasters happening in nuclear power plants usually are put in the same basket as the nuclear warfare, and the risks are evaluated pretty much on the same level, but it's a sort of a different problem. So my question is, what is your take, what is your assessment on the potential of the nuclear disaster in Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, how we should reduce these risks, and is there any role for NATO in the scenario?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to mention that I don't see a particular NATO responsibility for solving the issue, because the main responsibility lies with Russia, and Moscow has deliberately created that situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and it's continuing to do so. That doesn't mean that there is no role for NATO or NATO member states at all. But maybe let me start by saying something about different risks, nuclear-related risks, because as you correctly said, these types of risks, different types of risks related to nuclear weapons or nuclear radiation are very often, or military risks are very often mixed together. And that creates something like, it contributes to Russian efforts of creating this fog of war. So first of all, we have military risks. So risks in the conventional field, for example, hazardous military encounters, for example, in the Black Sea and the Baltic Sea, especially in congested areas, smaller areas. You could say now with NATO enlargement, the Baltic Sea becomes a NATO lake. So you can see when tensions are on the rise, especially between nuclear weapon states or between a nuclear weapon state and countries that are members of a nuclear alliance, you have a greater risk for escalation. And that could always, in the worst case, go to a nuclear area, also even if the risk is rather low. And then you have risks typically related to nuclear weapons that are risks related to doctrinal use, to escalatory use. And for both of these baskets, so you can put both of these risks into different baskets, and you have risk reduction measures that you can apply in both areas. So, for example, managing dangerous encounters over the high seas or between military aircraft and military vessels, or even between civilian aircraft and military aircraft, something like this. And in the nuclear field, nuclear weapons field, you can apply risk reduction measures like talking about doctrines, trying to decrease ambiguity, creating more transparency. There are different types of approaches, and it's important to say that NATO itself is not doing any agreements. So NATO is a platform for discussing risk reduction and arms control. NATO is not signing any arms control agreements or risk reduction agreements. And now, that was a bit of an introduction. Now I come to the situation around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, because that's quite different. It's not related to nuclear weapons, although in the public perceptions, it's almost mixed together. Risks around nuclear power plants and potential incidents are very, very different from the use of a strategic or tactical nuclear weapon. And what we see there is more related to these threat scenarios around CBRN issues, around issues related to chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear issues. So that's a whole different basket. And right now we see that the IAEA is doing a great job in being there on the ground, having a mission there. And what they are doing is mostly observing the situation and doing myth busting, because that's quite important to inform the public, to inform decision makers what's going on there. And quite often that differs a lot from public perception. And what I think is important also in a NATO context to consider is that I think the situation around Zaporizhzhia is something that you can put into the basket of hybrid threats rather than classical nuclear threats, because it plays into that game of creating disinformation, of creating a dangerous situation over a long period of time while pursuing other activities in parallel. It's also about influencing the public. You've raised the issue of public perception. So when we think back to Fukushima in 2011, that had a huge impact on public perception about nuclear power plants. So this is, for the Russian side, a very good issue of just trying to influence public perception. So I think the least thing that NATO could do would consider these kinds of threats as part of the broader Russian hybrid strategy and not consider this as an isolated event, but rather as something that it could inform our risk assessments in the future.
But are there any measures that we can take to prevent situations like that? I'm just pondering upon one situation. There was in the recent news a message that the Wagner troops have been approaching one of the nuclear plants in Russia, and also Russian armed forces are mining the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. So it's definitely not the matter for International Atomic Agency, but do we have any measures to prevent that?
Well, unfortunately, you don't have something like the creation of a security zone around nuclear power plants. Ideally, you would have that on a global scale. Something like a norm or an agreement that you must not interfere with nuclear power plants when there is a conflict or crisis whatsoever. Unfortunately, something like this doesn't exist, even not on a unilateral level. For example, states could unilaterally declare that they will not attack nuclear power plants whatsoever. Unfortunately, something like this doesn't exist. It's a bit like, I would compare that dilemma with the cybersphere, where it would be great to have norms, especially norms that you could apply to critical infrastructure, but you don't have them. And I don't want to be overly pessimistic, but realistically, I don't see that happening, because it's just going back to the Russian side and to Zaporizhzhia, it's just a very practical issue to create a threat scenario without actually doing something. Like it's still under the level of military activity. Well, apart from the shelling that has happened, especially and is still ongoing, but on the basis, it's below the level of military activity. So it's a very practical tool. And then the question is, why should you subscribe to such a norm if it serves your interests and if you don't have like an immediate motivation to just not do that?
I think that in general, and in particular in the nuclear field, we are facing this dilemma. Norms and agreements are usually the ones who are creating trust, reducing uncertainty, ensuring stability. But at the moment, there is no appetite for arms control because we have to deter. So what is the future of the arms control in nuclear fields? What's your take? I know it's a very difficult and broad question. But.
Well, it's a question that many people are asking right now, and rightly so, because a common saying is you don't do arms control with your friends, and maybe you don't do risk reduction with your friends, but you don't do that in a crisis. And when we look back at the Cold War, we can see that the initial impulse to do risk reduction and arms control started after the Cuban Missile Crisis, because the actors just realized we don't do arms control because we want to please others, but we want to be safe ourselves. The problem right now is arms control treaties, as we all know, have eroded. We don't have that basis anymore, so we have to go back to the very basics, and the basics are risk reduction. So how can we avoid nuclear war? And that is a very technical question for the Western part and for the NATO side. For Russia and China, it's a very political question. So they want issues like Ukraine to be solved, like for Russia, to be solved before they enter into a conversation about risk reduction measures. Something I mentioned that in the beginning about transparency, understanding each other's doctrine, trying to make a bit clearer what are the scenarios of nuclear use on each of the sides, something like this. But it's hard to start a conversation with the other side if the other side doesn't want to do that. So quite recently, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan just re-emphasized that you could, in fact, discuss about risk reduction issues as a matter of compartmentalization. So you keep that separate from the overall situation. And that was put on the table, and those of you who read the statement by Deputy Foreign Minister Ryabkov know that this was kind of politicized by the Russian side. So, in fact, compartmentalization is not something that the US invented or NATO invented, but something that served the interests of both sides during the Cold War, and right now it's being politicized and framed as something that serves US interests. But maybe to give it a slightly, well, wouldn't say optimistic turn, but something that NATO can do is looking at all the matters that might be applicable once the hot phase or the fighting in Ukraine is over, something that could be done in the future, especially on the very technical level of risk reduction. And also maybe one thing, if I may add that, it's also very important to consider how all the activities that the West is pursuing with regards to nuclear weapons, with regards to Russia, are informing or maybe even shaping Chinese behavior in the future. So, as you said, China is looking very carefully what's happening in Ukraine, and how we shape deterrence, how we act, will inform Chinese nuclear buildup or the way China is engaging in arms control and risk reduction in the future.
Maybe this compartmentalization also the strategy to engage China to get it on board. So on this positive, optimistic note. I'm opening the floor for the questions from the audience. And I'll take the questions from your seats, but then I'll ask you to go to the fixed microphone in the middle. So start from there, and yeah. Okay.
Hello, Tomasz Szmura, Kazimierz Płaski Foundation, Warsaw Security Forum. I've got a question to Assistant Secretary General Lapsley on the nuclear sharing, of course. Probably you might hear that advisor to the President of Poland today informed that Poland will be willing to contribute more to nuclear sharing as we in the process of the procurement of F-35, still having a significant fleet of F-16. You are working, on the daily basis with the allies, nuclear sharing participants. So what are the moods in NATO HQ in this particular topic? Do you think that this approach is welcome or not really? And if such kind of contribution, it's welcome and expected. Thank you.
We'll take another question and one from the Slido, and then I'll let you answer, and then we'll have a second round. So there was a gentleman who just went there. So could you please? Okay, no, not you. Yeah, the one who is closer to me. Yeah, right. Sorry.
Absolutely. Erwan Lagadek from the Atlantic Council and George Washington University. A couple of quick things. Is it your view that the US and the UK especially have been true to the Budapest Memorandum in terms of its deterrence value vis-à-vis the Ukrainian decision to get rid of their post-Soviet nuclear weapons? And number two, we are seeing an increasing number of media pieces about the influence of the Orthodox establishment vis-à-vis the doctrine of nuclear weapons use. In fact, there's a new book about the way in which the far right in Russia is increasingly influenced by Orthodox millenarian thinking about using nukes. Do you think there's value to that, or should we in fact be on the lookout for Russia planting guns as a way to use the madman theory of nuclear doctrine? Thanks.
And this question goes to whom? To all the panelists. Okay. And the last question comes from Slido regarding nuclear weapons in Belarus. Does NATO perceive this as imbalance in deterrence, which consequently requires the deployment of nuclear weapons to Eastern Europe? So we'll start probably with Angus and then Nicola.
Well, on the question on Poland, actually, I thought your question had all the elements of the answer in it. Poland is part of the nuclear planning group, which is the body of NATO ministers minus France, which has a special status, which decides nuclear posture and nuclear policy, and it's a very active member of that group. Poland is deciding what the future should be. As you brought out, as Poland develops an F-35 force, along with many other countries in Northern Europe, it becomes a very potent contributor to how we maintain not just nuclear deterrence, but conventional deterrence. And I would strongly agree with what Nicola said earlier, that actually the best way to avoid ever getting into the situation where we need nuclear deterrence is to have strong conventional deterrence in the first place. And on Belarus, I would say we are very confident that our own nuclear deterrence vis-à-vis Russia is holding and is right for the threat that we face. And moving nuclear weapons into Belarus would be an irresponsible step. There's no justification for it, but it would not weaken our ability to deter an attack on NATO. We're very clear about that.
Thank you. Nicola?
Yes, I think there are two things. First of all, about the violations of the memorandum of Budapest by Russia. It's absolutely true that it was absolutely not acceptable, but that was part of the weak responses of the West that are already described after, all the massacres committed by Russia, in Georgia, mostly in Syria, and in Ukraine. And I think the lack of response was certainly the bad signal, because, as in Syria, at that time, I think that the questions of the nuclear blackmail was not, real, just this one. It was not a nuclear blackmail at that time. And in fact, the fact is that basically we were as weak because we feared, I don't know what exactly. Coming about, very interesting questions about the so-called Orthodox Church of Russia. So-called, because that has nothing to do with the church, in my view, and with the values of the Bible or anything like this. But which is absolutely true is that we are witnessing, a kind of mood since more than 30 years, in fact, in Russia, of this kind of millenarist narratives. The cult of the death is something very frequent. We have, of course, some priests who were basically praising, all the massacres and the war crimes against humanity of the Russian soldiers, in Ukraine. And you have, sorry, I wrote a long piece about that, so I won't be long now. There is, this very ideology of Putin, which is based on destructions. Not only the destructions of the Chechens, the Syrians, the Georgians, the Ukrainians, etc., but the destructions of its own people. And I think we have certainly to pay a great deal of attention to ideology, because also mafia guys could have an ideology for their own purposes, and we must not forget that. Just a very quick word on Belarus. I think we have also to remind, first of all, that it is another violation of the Budapest Memorandum. And the second thing is a true violation as well of the constitutions of Belarus and Declaration of Independence.
Thank you. Julia, what's your take?
I will probably skip the question about the Orthodox Church because I don't know enough about it. Maybe also on nuclear weapons in Belarus or nuclear weapons eastwards, broadening the DCA mission. First of all, I don't think nuclear weapons in Belarus are changing the calculus or changing the overall strategic thinking. We've already discussed that NATO nuclear deterrence works. So I think that's the baseline. And then two things that I would like to add. First of all, I don't think we should fall into the trap of tit-for-tat strategy. So what Russia is doing, and starting with, again, with Zaporizhzhia, with very vague or explicit threats around the use of a tactical nuclear weapon, to allegations against Ukraine of using a dirty bomb. Russia is trying to create a very confusing, very fog of war-like nuclear scenario. And I think the best choice for NATO is to stick to the very strong and effective strategy, nuclear strategy that it has, which is based on coherence. It is based on consistency. So I would really warn anyone to fall into that tit-for-tat strategy. And then last point, maybe looking a bit at the broader picture, if we talk about additional deployment countries for NATO nuclear weapons, the West will certainly have to answer questions in the Non-Proliferation Treaty conferences that might not sound very relevant for this forum, but I can tell you why it is relevant. Because as West, we are not, in terms of population, the majority of the global population. So there are many countries on the brink, and our interest is that Russia doesn't gain supporters over the longer term. We don't want Russia to be surrounded by states in the global south. So we should be very careful how we behave in different formats because they are all connected. So if there are questions in the NPT regarding that issue, I think we risk that basis of support for Ukraine. that's very much looking at the broader picture, but and I know we're running out of time, but I think it makes sense to think about the wider implications.
Thank you very much. So I think that major takeaways is that nuclear is very dangerous, so we have to be careful with nuclear, and first of all, we have to be careful and not get involved in this tit-for-tat strategy, because it might lead us on very dangerous path. But it is important to be prepared and not to be too complacent, to adapt, to rethink our posture, but not also to succumb to nuclear saber rattling and be resilient vis-à-vis nuclear saber rattling, monitor but not overreact, and also reassure the societies, which also react in a very sometimes hysteric way, because nuclear is dangerous and very toxic. And although there is no probably room today for arms control negotiations, but we will have to come back to these negotiations when the war is over. And as Julia suggested, probably these conversations have to be compartmentalized, and it's not only taking Russia on board, but also China and potentially other players. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me close this panel and thank our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much.
Now, a short announcement that the session we were supposed to have at 16:40 may be moved to tomorrow. And the second one, we are going to have a coffee break, long-awaited coffee break, 20 minutes. After that, we will go live with Washington, D.C. Please be back in 20 minutes.
But it is not a regional war. This is really a global conflict which is happening here. And therefore you need to have those discussions. And you know, when you want to convince somebody, it is 90% listening and only 10% talking. And that's what I try to do with my colleagues. And so we are learning, and I hope we can stick to this after this war, that we will never let go of Africa and of Latin America.
Do you see that this effort brings some results already? Is it?
I think so, yes, step by step. Of course, we have a new leader in Brazil, President Lula, who clearly has huge experience and is really trying to navigate his country in terms of its response to what is happening now in Europe and this aggression war of Russia against Ukraine. So I think step by step we are making advancements.
Great. I'll give a floor for questions from the audience, but just one more from my side. Mr. Prime Minister, it's also obviously very important that Russia is punished for what it did. And international law plays an enormous role in this. And the Netherlands take the lead in this. Could you explain us what kind of steps you anticipate in the nearest future in this regard?
Yes, I was just discussing with the Prime Minister of Iceland because they are a staunch ally on this, and of course many others are. And The Hague is the international capital of peace and justice, and one of the 3 UN capitals next to Geneva and New York. So we are proud of this tradition of hosting all these institutions. And it means that the crime of aggression, making sure that we collect all the evidence, all these issues. And in total, we have 4 or 5 work streams. It is line item 7 from the Zelensky 10-point peace plan. We feel very much the owner of that, but of course owning it together with all the others. But really trying to push the envelope on accountability is crucial.
Stronger together. Okay, a couple of questions, please, madam.
I'm Daria Kaleniuk, Ukraine International Center for Ukrainian Victory. Prime Minister, thank you very much for your position in the European Coalition for F-16s. Also, I've been in Washington 2 weeks ago, and they told that neither Denmark nor Netherlands didn't send request for the third-party transfer of F-16s to Ukraine. And also we are hearing that the training, actual training of Ukrainian experienced pilots for F-16s will be significantly delayed and might start the earliest in January 2024. And one of the reasons is that apparently Americans are not taking any position in training Ukrainian pilots. Is that true? And when do you anticipate F-16s from Netherlands and from Denmark will be in Ukraine? Thank you.
For F-16s to really be used by Ukrainians, we need another yes of the Americans. So we had the American yes on training. The next step, of course, has to be an American yes on also actually making use of the F-16s in combat by Ukrainian fighter pilots. So that's the next step. Of course, when you take the first step, the next step is not completely unlogical, but this has to be a step-by-step approach. We are working with the Danes, also with the Romanians, who are setting up training centers and many others to make sure that we, as quickly as possible, get the F-16 training going. And I was just a meeting here in the fringes of the NATO summit with the defense and foreign affairs ministers, led by Keizer Ollongren and Wopke Hoekstra of the Netherlands, and colleagues from Denmark and others, to really report on the progress being made. And we really want to have a much more ambitious timeline than you just mentioned.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We'll pick one more question from the audience here, and then we'll have live teleconnection with Washington, D.C.
Washington.
Yes, Washington.
The president is here, so why do we need...
Any questions from the audience here? Okay, please.
So, Mr. Prime Minister, maybe I'm the first Dutchman.
Please introduce yourself. If you
yeah. I am Alexander Moens from Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, and I'm the director of the NATO Field School program. But I'm also an old Dutchman who's been away for 43 years, and maybe I'm the first one to say to you, thank you for your faithful service for more than 10 years as Dutch Prime Minister. I have enjoyed it greatly watching from far away. And I'm hoping that you will still have a very prosperous European future in you because you're young and strong and very experienced. And one of one of the,
I give you the 10 euros later.
And this is a great audience, Prime Minister.
yeah, that's much appreciated. It's quite expensive all the way from Vancouver. But, but so one of those areas of great opportunity, of course, might come up next year when the current Secretary General may retire. And I wonder if you have any thoughts.
No, I have news for you. He will not retire because he is now in Hotel California, which is of his own making. He is really now eating his own success. No, I think Jens will be here for the next 40 years. I have no doubt.
And we'll have you on stage as an expert then maybe if you're out of politics. Okay, please, let's join our studio in Washington, D.C. Paige Ennis, Senior Vice President of Strategic Engagement, GMF. Hello, guys. I know you have a question. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, Prime Minister. My name is Hotaka Nakamura. I recently graduated from Georgetown University's Security Studies program. I'm originally from Japan, which is sort of my impetus for my question, which is what can U.S. and NATO allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific learn from NATO countries and their response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine when or if they're confronted with Chinese aggression against Taiwan, and especially since you emphasize unity so much when it comes to fostering and maintaining unity. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think I was in Georgetown in January at the university. It's a fantastic place, and what a great institution. Of course, we have here the leaders of, as you know, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. They're all here, and we will have a meeting tomorrow. But I've had already a lunch with the Korean president, and I bumped into the Australian Prime Minister, whom I will meet tonight. So it's great that these leaders are here. And for the Netherlands, we are very active in the Indo-Pacific with our Navy, with our Air Force. So we really try to help there and work closely with our partners in the Indo-Pacific. And the fact that NATO now has this structured dialogue with Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand is really a big step forward compared to, let's say, when I started in 2010 in this job. And we did not have, at least not at this level, that structured dialogue. It's difficult for me really to advise Asia how to organize itself in terms of its collective defense. I would say what is working in NATO, of course, at the end is the Article 5, that an attack on one is an attack on all. But this has its history, obviously, in post-war Europe and the post-war geopolitical situation where Canada, the US and European countries were confronted with a big Soviet, Russia and communist system. And so it is difficult to replicate those models. But if there would be one advice, and it is to have these regular meetings, to build the personal relationships, to make sure that these leaders meet regularly. The fact that on a first-name basis, in a very informal setting, okay, it's not so informal, but at least informal-ish. Here now in Vilnius, but and last time in Madrid, it really helps to make sure that that alliance is working and sticking together. And then from that basis you can strategize. But again, difficult for me to come up with a non-paid advice on how to organize yourselves.
And just very quickly, in the end, is it going to be a very successful NATO summit in Vilnius, Lithuania, and also a very successful public forum as well?
Yes, well, this public forum, of course, is a huge success. But
it's not me telling that. So.
No, but on this summit, yes. First of all, because there is now big progress on Sweden. There is now a clear pathway for Sweden to join the alliance, which is not only politically important, but also strategically and militarily, because Sweden will really, because of its place on the map, but also because of its military tradition, will be a huge addition to NATO. So I'm happy for that. I think on Ukraine, the fact that we agreed on the three things I pointed out earlier, we will no doubt agree in the end also on the language in terms of the future NATO orientation of Ukraine. I'm very optimistic, and I think in Moscow they will think again we have not been able to divide them. They have so far been able to get Finland to join NATO, and Putin has been able to get Sweden now almost in NATO. So he is making progress, but it can be faster.
Prime Minister, it was an honor to have you here.
An honor to be here. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the NATO Public Forum here on the sidelines of the Vilnius Summit. I am Rachel Rizzo, a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council's Europe Center, and I am thrilled to have with me today the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama. We're going to talk about NATO, the Balkans, and some specific security issues facing Albania today, but we don't have that much time, so I'd like to get right into it.
You were expecting small people in these chairs, right?
Exactly. We should have changed the chairs before you got on stage.
Oh, it's okay.
I'll let them know in the back for next time.
Rishi Sunak, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a good way to start, okay? So, Mr. Prime Minister, we can sit back like this. Make it a little comfortable. There you go.
Okay. Like in the beach.
Exactly. This is just like the beach. Yeah. You know, nice in Vilnius. Sir, you've been an outspoken champion of the transatlantic alliance and NATO in particular. You've also talked about tasking your Ministry of Defense to reach 2% GDP defense spending by next year. You also tweeted a couple days ago, basically saying that only together can we prevail in this very defining moment. So we saw a moment of unity yesterday with Turkey finally dropping its opposition to Sweden's membership in the alliance. Are we going to see unity on display in terms of the language that comes out of this summit for Ukraine, or is the alliance going to look disunified? Your thoughts on that?
No, first of all, let me say that being a champion when you don't have to take the big decisions is easy, right? Albania is a proud, small member of NATO, and it's a place where we feel very good for many reasons, but I also feel good for one reason, that it's not up to me to make the terrible bad decisions, big decisions, sorry. So, on the other hand, yes, I think there is a full intention to continue and support Ukraine without wavering, and everyone seems to be committed to invest more on defense, which is a direct effect also of what's happening in Ukraine. And for us, it comes very natural, because we learned in the hardest way the value of freedom and democracy in the life of a country. We were deprived of them for so many years, and in the most brutal method ever seen within the communist empire. And Albania is a country where Vladimir Putin's popularity fluctuates from 0.7% to 1.2%. So we don't have anything else but full understanding and full support by the whole public opinion in Albania. And the big question is always how democracies can stand a dictator or a dictatorial regime in a conflict, because democracies have to fight and at the same time have to listen to the people, while Vladimir Putin has no one to listen to.
Yeah. On Ukraine, though, specifically, we don't have the communique out yet. Oh, it is out. Thank you, Carmen. So it's.
I didn't read it, but I agreed already.
It seems like the language, says about Ukraine's membership when allies agree, when conditions allow.
Look like how they laugh. They should be Romanian, because they also didn't read it, but they agreed,
Yeah, exactly. Does this sound like a repeat of Bucharest, or have we gone farther? Are we?
No, I didn't mention Romania because of that.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say that
it's
there
convenient.
are many countries in this alliance that are happy to be here and are very keen to approve everything they are told to approve.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's shift to the Western Balkans a little bit. You've said that Albania is ready to commit additional troops to strengthen NATO's forward presence. You've also emphasized the importance of NATO's commitment to promoting stability and cooperation across the Western Balkans. We've obviously been watching what's going on between Serbia and Kosovo lately, also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What concrete steps do you think NATO has to take to strengthen the security situation in the Western Balkans? And do you see a risk of contagion, given the fact that North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Albania are all members of the NATO alliance?
I'm quite comforted by the fact that President Biden, in his address to the Council, touched upon this point, because the Western Balkan problem nowadays of security may be not in the same magnitude of the Ukraine huge problem, but is not as small as to be treated like it's irrelevant. And what's happening is really disturbing, especially lately, with northern Kosovo becoming really a hotspot, and with the threat of conflict becoming more and more obvious. And while the EU facilitated dialogue is dealing with two sides, Belgrade and Pristina, there is a third side that is in making, the extreme groups in northern Kosovo, where it has been created in years a safe haven for criminal activities, drugs, traffic of weapons, cryptocurrency, illegal production, and where the mix of politicians, local politicians with criminals, and the mix of mafia interests with national and human rights concerns can be really very, very explosive. And that's why I think it's time to combine this EU-facilitated dialogue and the path of diplomacy with much more firm stance of NATO through KFOR.
Okay. So kind of looking at Albania specifically, your country has recently been the victim of widespread cyber attacks on your national infrastructure attributed to Iran. So looking at that for a second, what do you think, what more could or should NATO allies do to both protect critical infrastructure and enhance their cyber defenses?
this is a big challenge, and it'll become every day bigger. Also, with the introduction in our lives of the AI in full force, and that's for Albania and Albania's example. I must say that we, as I said, we are a small country, and we are, we are not in a position to change the destiny of any war, of any conflict, of any battle. But when we are asked to help, we are more than happy to help, because it's not every day that you can be useful being so small. And it's not every day that big allies can ask you to help. So practically, we were asked to help with this Iranian opposition group, MEKs, that are some really tough cookies, I must say. And they were being massacred in Iraq by the Iranian Secret Service. And so we were asked to get them in and to save their lives. And in saving lives, Albania has a history, as a DNA propensity, I must say. We were the only country in Europe with more Jews
Good evening. The Secretary General will brief you on the first session of the Vilnius Summit, and then we'll have time for a few questions. Secretary General.
Good evening. NATO heads of state and government took important decisions at a critical moment for our security. We welcome Finland as a full-fledged member of the alliance, and we look forward to welcoming Sweden as a full member of the alliance based on the agreement I reached last night with President Erdogan and Prime Minister Kristersson. We also addressed Ukraine. Since we last met a year ago at our Madrid summit, NATO allies have delivered unprecedented support to Ukraine with more ammunition, more modern equipment, and more training to the Ukrainian forces. Today, allies have agreed a package of 3 elements to bring Ukraine closer to NATO. First, a new multi-year assistance program for Ukraine to enable the transition from Soviet era to NATO standards, training and doctrines, to help rebuild Ukraine's security and defense sector, and to cover critical needs like fuel, demining equipment and medical supplies. Second, a new NATO-Ukraine Council, a forum for crisis consultations and decision-making, where we will meet as equals. And I look forward to having the inaugural meeting of the Council tomorrow with President Zelensky. Third, we reaffirmed that Ukraine will become a member of NATO and agreed to remove the requirement for a membership action plan. This would change Ukraine's membership path from a 2-step process to a 1-step process. We also made clear that we will issue an invitation for Ukraine to join NATO when allies agree and conditions are met. This is a strong package for Ukraine and a clear path towards its membership in NATO. Allies have also approved the most comprehensive defense plans since the end of the Cold War. These are designed to counter the 2 main threats we face, Russia and terrorism. Under our new plans, NATO aims to have 300,000 troops at high readiness, including substantial air and naval power.
And so
defense requires a robust industrial base. So leaders endorsed
та оборона вимагає міцної промислової плану бази. Тому лідери сьогодні схвалили новий план дій з виробництва оборонної продукції. Це прискорить спільні закупівлі, підвищить оперативну взаємосумісність і генеруватиме інвестиції та виробничі потужності. Для цього нам потрібно більше інвестувати в оборону. За нашими останніми оцінками, витрати на оборону європейських союзників і Канади зростуть на 8,3% у 2023 році. Це найбільше зростання за десятиліття. З 2014 року вони інвестували додаткові 450 мільярдів доларів США в оборону. 11 союзників тепер досягають або навіть перевищують контрольний показник у 2%. І ми очікуємо, що наступного року ця кількість суттєво зросте. Сьогодні члени Альянсу взяли на себе незмінне зобов'язання щорічно інвестувати в оборону щонайменше 2% валового внутрішнього продукту і терміново виконувати свої зобов'язання. Також союзники провели предметну дискусію щодо Китаю. Китай не є нашим противником, і ми повинні продовжувати співпрацю з Китаєм. І зростання наполегливості Пекіна впливає, звичайно, на нашу безпеку. Китай все більше кидає виклик, заснований на правилах міжнародного порядку. Відмовляється засуджувати війну Росії проти України, погрожує Тайваню і здійснює значне нарощування військової сили. Модернізація ядерного потенціалу Китаю є безпрецедентною за швидкістю і масштабом і проводиться без прозорості. Члени Альянсу погодилися продовжувати спільну роботу для захисту від погрожуючої поведінки Китаю. А завтра ми зустрінемося також з лідерами Австралії, Японії, Нової Зеландії, Південної Кореї, а також Європейського Союзу, бо ми сильніші та у більшій безпеці, коли ми разом. А зараз я готова відповісти на ваші питання.
Вашингтон Пост, будь ласка. Доброго дня, Марк Бернс, Вашингтон Пост. Президент Зеленський, звичайно, сьогодні твіт випустив під час ваших перемовин. Я критикував текст і формулювання, які що ви погодили, коли ви говорите про членство і до шлях України до членства в НАТО. Я не знаю, чи ви читали, що він сказав, але НАТО, я знаю, погодили, що формулювання для України є розчаруванням. Що сьогодні погодили члени НАТО? Це потужний і міцний, і позитивний меседж для України. Не просто меседж підтримки, але також позитивний меседж, коли ми говоримо про шлях до членства в НАТО. І це включає цей пакет практичної допомоги, який допомагає повну інтерпретативну сумісність між силами НАТО і Збройними силами України. Це створення Ради Україна-НАТО, також рішення зняти потребу у ПДЧ. Це означає, що замість 2 кроків буде тільки 1 крок, один етап вступу до членства НАТО. І також ми погоджуємося, що запрошення буде видано, коли умови будуть виконані. Я хочу також додати, що члени Альянсу також надають значну військову підтримку Україні, тому що найбільш термінова, нагальна зараз потреба і вимога – це Україна повинна перемогти. Якщо Україна не переможе, тоді не буде обговорення членства в Альянсі. І тому ми вже місяцями обговорюємо військову підтримку членів Альянсу, вже починаючи з 2014 року, і значно ми підвищили цю підтримку минулого року, коли почалося повномасштабне вторгнення Росії. І за останні кілька днів зробили оголошення члени Альянсу. Франція оголосила, що вони нададуть також крилаті ракети далекобійні. Німеччина тільки що оговорила і БМП, і також ЗРК системи, і ми оголосили також допомогу і багатьох інших членів Альянсу, і створення також авіаційної коаліції по підготовці пілотів для винищувачів F-16. Тому це дуже міцний меседж, потужний меседж, який надає позитивний меседж і об'єднаний меседж до Києва. Українська агенція новин. 3-й ряд, будь ласка. Дмитрий Шкірко, Національна агенція новин України. Дякую вам за можливість задати питання. Чи можемо ми очікувати сьогодні кінцевий текст комюніке, чи будемо ми очікувати це, може, завтра? І, будь ласка, конкретно скажіть, які умови Україна повинна виконати для того, щоб була почата процедура вступу України і членства України до НАТО. Ми погодили вже текст комюніке, погодили також пакет допомоги для України. Ми говорили про головні елементи, поговорили про практичну також підтримку, це також повна оперативна сумісність, це також ми зменшили етап. Ви знаєте, з 2 етапів до 1 ми зняли необхідність ПДЧ, і ви чули оголошення за допомоги військової від членів Альянсу за останні кілька днів. Я вже дуже активно працюю з членами Альянсу, а також з українськими урядовими особами. Також обговорював це з президентом Зеленським. І я сьогодні з ним буду зустрічатися, а також у нас буде інаугураційна зустріч Ради Україна-НАТО завтра, де ми ці 3 елементи пакету дуже конкретно обговоримо, які будуть наближати Україну ближче до НАТО. Це потужний пакет. Рейтерс, будь ласка. Андрю, будь ласка, задайте питання. Андрю Крейс, Рейтерс. Шановний секретар, повертаючись до коментарів президента Зеленського, він сказав, що це буде абсурдно, якщо не визначено часові рамки ні для запрошення, ні для членства України в НАТО. Як ви можете відповісти на цей дуже конкретний коментар і чому немає часових рамок? Сьогодні визначено членами Альянсу. Ми погодили дуже потужний пакет, багато елементів, які наближають Україну ближче до НАТО і допомагають також наблизити Україну до членства. І це дуже практична допомога по оперативній сумісності, наприклад, по реформах по оборонного сектору. І це дійсно дуже важливі умови для членства. Це практичний крок для того, щоб Україна наблизилася ближче до НАТО. Крім того, ми надали дуже міцний політичний сигнал, коли ми говоримо по формулюванню щодо членства, і це формулювання зараз комюніке, і є там дійсно формулювання запрошення. Тому дуже міцний, потужний меседж даємо як політичний, коли ми говоримо про шлях до членства до НАТО, а також і військова допомога, і політична допомога для того, щоб отримати оперативну повну сумісність. Якщо ви подивитесь на всі процеси членства, то у нас в цих процесах немає якраз часових рамок. Завжди у нас це обумовлено умовами. Це завжди було так. Ільта Лахті з Фінляндії. Шановний генеральний секретар, Балтійське море стає фактично внутрішнім морем НАТО. НАТО зараз 300 тисяч військових у стані високої готовності ставить в Балтійському регіоні. Що це означає для країн прибережних? Це Польща, Фінляндія, Естонія. Наскільки історичним це є момент, який є меседж для президента Путіна? Дякую. Це історично. Дійсно, що як Фінляндія, так і Швеція стануть членами НАТО. Фінляндія вже є повним членом НАТО. І також є у нас, ви знаєте, погодження і угода між президентом Ердоганом і прем'єр-міністром Кристенсеном. Вчора вони досягли цієї угоди, що Швеція стане повним членом НАТО. Це дуже важливо для Фінляндії, для Швеції, для усього Альянсу. І також це надзвичайно важливо для Балтійського регіону. Тому що якщо ви подивитесь на карту, ви побачите і зрозумієте, що, наприклад, можливість зміцнити Балтійський регіон значно покращилася зараз, тому що у нас є повноправні члени, це Фінляндія та Швеція. Це залежить і також впливає на наші плани оборонні і на наше навчання. Це зміцнює весь альянс, а особливо робить безпечним Балтійський регіон. Це також є потужний меседж, що двері НАТО відкриті, що саме члени альянсу вирішують по розширення, а не Москва, яка хоче зупинити можливість і право суверенних країн робити ці кроки і самостійно вирішувати. Ми також надсилаємо меседж дуже конкретний Україні, дуже потужний меседж про членство для України.
У нас ось наступний, будь ласка, третій ряд. Європейська правда, Україна. Генеральний секретар, мені б хотілося підтвердити трошки щодо умов. Я знаю, що ви сказали щось про це, але, напевно, не дуже чітко. Як ви бачите, як ці умови можна визначити, обумовити, узгодити, бо я боюся, що можна розуміти, що НАТО сказав, що не потрібно робити ПДЧ, але просто придумав щось інше під іншою назвою. Чи якісь інші умови треба виконати? Чи, можливо, щось таке, так ніби не чітко зрозуміло. Те, що ми сказали в комюніке, що Україна зараз вже не повинна виконувати ПДЧ, тому що Україна зараз набагато ближче знаходиться до НАТО. Я був у Бухаресті у 2008 році на саміті в Бухаресті. Я тоді в складі делегації уряду Нідерландів, і ми тоді також почали обговорити це питання, але не лише, що зараз Україна повністю є під нападом Росії через це, ні, також через те, що Україна зараз набагато ближче знаходиться з НАТО, особливо після 2014 року, коли члени Альянсу почали надавати озброєння і також навчати Збройні сили України, і Україна продемонструвала свої спроможності, потужності, і також більше інтегрована зараз з НАТО. Також це є наслідки військової техніки, які надають члени Альянсу НАТО в Україну. Ми більше надаємо, ніж просто бойові танки або системи ППО. І наслідки цього це також є більше оперативної взаємосумісності. Українські Збройні сили більше є у відповідності з стандартами, доктриною та озброєнням НАТО. І це лише цей факт, що зараз так багато озброєння та військової техніки надано Україні. Ми також будемо тренувати пілотів для F-16. Це навіть ще більше додасть до цієї важливої системи оперативної взаємосумісності, що є дуже важливо для НАТО. І ось це приближає Україну все більше і більше до НАТО, і також до членства у НАТО. І також це відображається у тому факті, що НАТО зараз набагато ближче рахує Україну до НАТО. Окей, у нас також є умови, частково закладені у статті 10 у Вашингтонському договорі НАТО. І, звичайно, члени Альянсу повинні оцінити, чи умови повністю виконані чи ні. І, власне, ось це повинні узгодити члени Альянсу. Я тут говорю не лише про умови, але також, чи всі згідні члени Альянсу з цим. Політику, будь ласка, знову політику. Дуже дякую, генеральний секретар. І хочу продовжити по цій важливій темі. Переді мною текст 2008 року з Бухаресту. Ми всі читали і перечитували протягом останнього тижня, де ми говоримо також, де говорилося про питання щодо наближення до НАТО України і Грузії. Чи ви можете пояснити мені, будь ласка, як для будь-якої людини у країні, члена Альянсу, якби вони були тут, як би ви пояснили їм різницю між текстом, який був узгоджений в Бухаресті в 2008 році, і ось цей конкретний текст або формулювання, яке було згоджено сьогодні? Є кілька різниць, і одна важлива різниця – це якраз, якщо ви почитаєте далі, там є, що є наступний крок, це є ПДЧ, якраз це, що було забрано сьогодні. Цього немає вже. Ми сказали, що Україна стане членом, а перед тим було, що необхідно виконати ПДЧ. Зараз цього вже немає. Замість двох етапів у нас є один етап. Значить, це є надзвичайно велика відмінність від формулювання 2008 року. І все, що відбулося після 2008 року, наскільки приблизилася Україна до НАТО. І це рішення не було дуже просте, щоб його прийняти. І члени Альянсу узгодили, і я кажу, що цей пакет, який був запущений ще в Осло на нашому неформальному засіданні, це є ті питання, які задавали само собі, чи ми занадто швидко рухалися. І з травня, коли ми розпочали ось ці розмови для того, щоб ліквідувати ПДЧ і щоб узгодити. Бачите, як ми зробили це швидко. Це є перша відмінність. Відмінність номер 2, що зараз у нас є програма, як допомогти, як підтримувати Україну для того, щоб вона більш наблизилася до НАТО. Це є оперативна взаємосумісність, багаторічна програма і також посилення наших політичних зв'язків. І те, про що говорилося у нашому формулюванні щодо міністрів закордонних справ щодо оцінки прогресу. І ми також говоримо тут про надзвичайно важливий етап, власне, більше військової техніки, навчання ЗСУ. Ось це є надзвичайно велика відмінність, чого не було у 2008 році. Україна була надзвичайно далеко від доктрини і стандартів НАТО від цього. І ось через це зараз цей процес рухається набагато швидше. Будь ласка, шведське радіо. Пане генеральний секретар, пане Столберг, щодо шведського членства, ви сказали, що це історичне рішення, але все одно буде процес ратифікації у парламенті в Анкарі. Треба це чекати. Чи можете ви мені сказати щось щодо відчуття, які були сьогодні серед членів вашої наради, коли ви зустрілися з шведським прем'єр-міністром і з тим, що відбулося вчора, коли ви мали засідання з президентом Ердоганом?
Звісно, парламент Туреччини буде вирішувати чи ратифікувати, але президент Ердоган сказав, що передасть всю документацію для ратифікації шведського членства якомога швидше. Це також залежить від парламентарів, від парламентських процедур. І це питання було не завжди однозначним, але тут є певні внутрішні процеси, національні процеси. Але що робить цю угоду історичною? Це те, що це чітке зобов'язання з боку президента Ердогана про передачу цієї документації про ратифікацію і про те, що він буде працювати з Національною асамблеєю, з парламентом Туреччини для забезпечення ратифікації. І це історичний момент. І це також відбулося на нашій зустрічі сьогодні, тому що всі члени НАТО вітали це рішення. Вони вітали президента Фінляндії, тому що це перший його саміт в якості президента, повноправного члена НАТО. І також члени НАТО вітали участь прем'єр-міністра Крістерсона, враховуючи рішення прийняте вчора. І всі з нетерпінням чекають того моменту, коли Швеція також стане повноправним членом якомога швидше. Ми відчували цю історичність події в залі і, звісно, ми вітаємо цей посил від членів НАТО. Будь ласка, останнє запитання. В тому кінці залу. ЕРД, дуже дякую. Є потреба зрозуміти все-таки умови. Я намагався зрозуміти. Президент Байден говорив у інтерв'ю CNN, що Україна ще не виконала певні вимоги, наприклад, демократизацію. Які вимоги ще не виконала Україна, аби отримати це запрошення? Дякую. Ми мусимо зрозуміти, тут є два виміри. Перший – це рівень, на якому рівні Україна модернізувала свої оборонні інститути, посилила керування, в тому числі боротьбу з корупцією. І ці питання ми вирішуємо кожного разу, коли НАТО розширюється, тому що ми хочемо приймати країни з сучасними інститутами оборонними і також з оперативно-сумісними силами. І тому ми працюємо над питаннями оборонних інститутів і над питаннями сумісності оперативної в рамках багатолітньої програми. Є інший вимір – це той факт, що в Україні точиться війна. Українські збройні сили демонструють мужність і компетентність, які вразили цілий світ. Але в той самий час, я думаю, що всі члени НАТО погоджуються, що поки точиться війна, ще не час робити Україну повноправним членом НАТО. Тобто ці дві різні речі – питання керування, боротьби з корупцією, оперативна сумісність – ці питання мусять вирішуватися незалежно від присутності чи відсутності війни. Інше – це війна в Україні. Але, врешті-решт, саме члени НАТО вирішують. Так буває кожного разу, коли ми розширяємось, і тоді приймається рішення про запрошення. Головне, що ми бачимо сьогодні в комуніке, що є інструменти для забезпечення того, щоб Україна просувалася до членства. Вперше, запрошення пролунало як частина цієї формулювання, і ми також усунули вимогу про ПДЧ. Ніколи ще не було більш сильного формулювання стосовно членства від НАТО, і будуть конкретні заяви про те, що ми будемо робити, аби Україна стала повноправним членом НАТО. Дуже дякую всім. Я розумію, що залишилося дуже багато питань, але поки що ми мусимо йти, тому що нас очікують на вечері лідерів країн. Побачимось завтра. Дякую.